Mayor Davila,
Present.
Vice Mayor Baron,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos, Councilmember Rios, City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Hurtado.
No, I'm not going to say anything now. It's too late. I'm here. I'm here.
Just
She missed me.
City Manager Houston,
Houston.
He's here, right there.
Present.
City Attorney Salinas,
Present. Present.
meeting compensation disclosure pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, disclosure of compensation for meeting attendance by city council members is $1,900 monthly, regardless of the amount of meetings. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Well, thank you. At this time, we have open session, which is item number 1.
The City Council will consider receiving and filing the list of new and promoted full-time employees hired or promoted during January 2025.
Okay, city manager, who do we go with first?
I'll pass it over to John to see where we head with
Hey,
this.
John.
Well, hello, good evening, everyone. Mayor, City Council. Tonight, we have the pleasure of introducing some new and promoted employees. And the first one on the list will be from Community Development. So I'm going to turn it over to our interim director of Community Development, Mr. David Crabtree.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. We have with us, in fact, tonight in the audience, Javier Barraza. Javier was born and grew up in South Los Angeles. He graduated from Fremont High School and went on to graduate from Cal State Dominguez Hills with a bachelor degree in public administration. Back in 2015, he was hired as our community development technician. Javier enjoys working here because he feels that he can truly make a difference in the community, believing that this community deserves someone that can guide them through their projects, development projects, while treating them with the utmost respect and dignity, which he is looking forward to doing in his newly appointed position. In his spare time, Javier likes spending quality time with his wife and 2 daughters. His girls are 4 and 7 years old, with a lot of energy, and they keep him extremely busy. So welcome, Javier.
Welcome, Javier. Would you like to say something? Okay. Mhm.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity, and you'll see me around. I'm always in the front there. Now they're going to put me way in the back, so you might not see me around. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
So you're not going to be in the front anymore?
Not anymore.
Oh,
I'm in the farthest desk to the back. So that's where you'll find
Well,
me.
congratulations, Javier.
Once a Toro, always
Yeah.
a Toro.
congratulations.
I think I started this introduction thing 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I was one of the first groups to introduce myself
Oh, okay.
to you guys.
Yeah.
That was 10 years ago.
Yes.
Well, congratulations.
Wow.
All right, thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. Okay. Now we go. Code enforcement.
Yes, thank you. We also have Jesus Tejada. Mr. Tejada is actually in training this week in his new position. So he's out of the office on offsite training. But Jesus has been a resident of Southgate for over 35 years. He went to all the local schools, including Bryson Elementary, Southgate Middle School, and then, of course, Southgate High School. Jesus received a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Cal State Long Beach, and in 2007 was hired by our police department as a full-time community services officer. Jesus takes great pride in making a difference in his community and is excited to continue providing excellent customer service in his new role. So we'll send him your
All right,
welcome.
that's it. And next, we have Public Works. Arturo?
Yes, Madam Mayor, my absolute pleasure to introduce 3 employees today, 2 in particular who are getting promotions that are long overdue, long tenure with the city. So I'm really happy to see them grow. The first is Mr. Hector Miranda. He was hired as a maintenance helper in 2013 and has 12 years of experience with the city. He was promoted. He had a really big promotion for him to move up to the water customer service supervisor, where he's working in the water division and where his primary responsibilities include meter reading, billing, and service requests. very well educated. He has a bachelor's degree. He holds a distribution grade 2 and treatment 1 certificate. And in his free time, he enjoys traveling, sports, graphic design, drawing, and illustration. So please help me congratulate Hector. The next employee is Mr. DeAndre Brown, also someone who's been dedicated to the city for many, many, many years. He was hired as a street maintenance worker way back in 2004 and named as Employee of the Year on his first year of employment, which is something he's proud of. He has 21 years of experience with city and was recently promoted to the equipment operator, which is an exciting position for him. He gets to support other folks in the streets division and building and operating heavy equipment to build roadway projects, curbs, gutters, concrete, and what have you. And in his free time, he enjoys spending time with family, sports, and working on classic cars. And the last employee is Mr. Juan Gonzalez. Really great hire. The electrical division has had challenges in filling positions. It's just such a good time right now to be an electrician out in the market, and it's just been very difficult to get qualified people to apply. So I'm happy to announce the hiring of Mr. Juan Gonzalez. He was hired as an electrician 1 just in January. He brings with him 6 years of experience to the electrical division, where he'll be responsible for maintaining electrical systems like traffic signals and streetlights. He holds an associate's degree in electrical construction and maintenance, and in his free time, he enjoys, I mean, wouldn't you know it, riding motorcycles, working out, and sports. So please help me welcome Mr. Juan Gonzalez. Thank you.
Congratulations to all of them. And I don't see any of them here, but you will definitely, take back to them. I mean, that we appreciate them being part of family of employees of Southgate. So with that, we'll go into closed session. Can you read out closed session, please?
Conference with legal counsel pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A, 54954.9B3C, A. Yesenia A. Garcia Godinez versus City of Southgate. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9C, 1, potential case.
City Attorney?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Nothing at this time.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to open it to the audience. Anyone would like to speak on this item, which is a closed session item? Okay, being none, do we have any public comments?
No, we have no emails, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll go into closed session at this time. Good evening, everyone. Just a brief announcement, un pequeño anuncio. Si hay personas que necesitan audífonos para traducción en español, tenemos los audífonos en la parte de atrás. ¿Alguien necesita audífonos para traducción en español? Tenemos los audífonos en la parte de atrás. Okay. Okay. Waiting for our councilwoman and our councilman to come back. Black from closed session, City Attorney.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. The city council met in closed session commencing at 5:30 to discuss one item of pending litigation. This is a matter entitled Yesenia Garcia Godinez versus City of Southgate. The city received a claim by Ms. Godinez involving a traffic accident, and she has filed a claim for recovery there. The accident was one in which the Huntington Park Police Department concluded that she was at fault, but she's still filing a claim against the city. On a motion that was made by, Pilar, did you make that motion?
Pilar.
Yeah,
Yes.
on a motion that was made by
Councilwoman.
Councilwoman Avalos and seconded by Mayor Davalan on a vote of 5-0, the city council denied that claim. In closed session, the city council also discussed a case of anticipated litigation. There was one potential case there. There was a presentation made by the city attorney and by the city manager, and upon completion of that presentation, there's no action taken upon that case. At this time, that completes my report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney. At this time, I'm going to open it to the audience. Anyone in the audience, please come forward.
Okay, so conference with legal counsel pending litigation. You got two of these suckers on here. So you know how I've been pestering our hack attorney, Mr. Salinas, to give us the payments and settlements for these legal counsels, these legal affairs of ours, these litigations. So last Tuesday, I participated through Zoom with the LA County Board of Supervisors meeting, and they put out their big agenda, and in it they list their their lawsuits. But I just want to read to you how they have it listed. I'm not going to read the whole thing, just the little snapshot of it. Settlement of the matter entitled Ricardo Lopez Garcia versus County of Los Angeles. Recommendation, how the hell did I write this? A recommendation authorize a settlement of the matter of the matter entitled Ricardo Lopez Garcia versus County of Los Angeles in the amount of $1,300,000 and instruct the auditor controller to draw a warrant to implement this settlement from the Sheriff's Department budget. This lawsuit is arising out of a use of force incident, March 8, 2018, involving a taser. Now, can you imagine paying $1.3 million for a taser? I mean, really, they must have really fucked this guy up. I mean, no jury is going to award $1.3 million for stun gunning a guy with a taser. So this got me to thinking, if the LA County Board of Supervisors can provide this type of information with their agenda, and it's a long ass agenda, well, why can't we? Well, I guess there isn't a custom here in Southgate to disclose the payouts and settlements with our lawsuits. And the thing I want to say, Chief, tase me, just beat the fuck out of me so I can sue the city for $1.3 million and then hand it over to Mr. Costley so he can proceed and give us our splash pad. This is a sacrifice that I'm going to have to make for us, folks. That's all I have.
Is there anyone else? Okay, we're closing the audience. Do we have any emails?
We have no emails.
Okay. Then we're going to close the audience. And at this time, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Okay, we are adjourned. Okay, earlier I didn't make the announcement for anybody that need a Spanish translation. Hace poco hice el anuncio para si alguien necesita traducción en español. ¿Alguien necesita audífonos? Mantengan su mano arriba, por favor, para que se les dé un audífono. Mantengan su mano arriba, por favor. Okay. Okay, gracias. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and start the Southgate City Council regular meeting agenda of February 25th. At this time, we will do invocation by Pastor Ernesto Trejo and the Pledge of Allegiance. Hector, can you do us the honor to do the Pledge of Allegiance? Yes, thank you. Pastor, you first.
Good evening. Once again, thank you very much for inviting me to have the invocation tonight. My pleasure. Will you please bow your head? Let's pray. Amantísimo Dios y Padre que estás en el cielo, estamos delante de tu santa y divina presencia. Esperamos que nuestra conducta durante el desarrollo de esta reunión sea de acuerdo a tu voluntad, porque lo que buscamos, Señor, es el bienestar para todos los ciudadanos. Te pido, Señor, sabiduría para los miembros de la mesa directiva, del board, para que puedan expresar sus deseos, y a los que van a participar, mucha sabiduría para saber explicar sus condiciones o sus pretensiones. Gracias, Señor, una vez más por esta noche y por haberme invitado a este lugar. Lo pedimos, lo hacemos y lo decidimos en el nombre poderoso de nuestro Señor Jesucristo. Amén.
The flag is in the front left corner. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mayor Davila,
Present.
Vice Mayor Barron,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Rios,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas.
Present.
Meeting compensation disclosure pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, disclosure compensation for meeting attendance by city council members is $1,900 monthly, regardless of the amount of meetings. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. At this time, before we continue with this meeting, tonight we will be adjourning this meeting in memory of Daniel Glaze, which is our city clerk's brother-in-law, passed away on Saturday of cancer. So let's keep them in our thoughts and prayers, throughout their hurting times. So we'll be adjourning in his memory. And before we continue our regular meeting, I would like to please call up our former council member, mayor, and assembly member of our district, City of Southgate, our Hector De La Torre.
Thank you. I'm just here to come back to the city where I spent a lot of time in those chairs to talk about the Gateway Cities Council of Governments. It is an association of 27 cities, 11 unincorporated areas from roughly East LA down to Long Beach, from here to the Orange County border, over 2 million residents. We are over 5% of California's population. If we were one city, and I'm not proposing that, we would be the 5th largest city in America. If we were one state, just this area, we would be the 38th largest state in America. And yet we're just a little piece of LA County. What do? We do things together, collaboratively, all these cities, that spill over city lines. So transportation, housing and homelessness, environment, economic development, and health and wellness. We work with all the cities to identify things that they need and work with you to make them happen. Our mandate is one sentence: to improve the quality of life of the residents in the region. That's it. And so we work collaboratively with you on big projects like our broadband initiative, where we're going to connect this building with fiber optic cable that will be much faster and cheaper than what you could get elsewhere. We have the Southeast Gateway Line light rail project that is going to connect Southgate to downtown LA and maybe even Orange County on the other end. We are doing a lot of environmental work, including the Empower Gateway pilot project that we started in Southgate in October, and now is going to go to other cities around the COG. So those are just a few of them, but we are working with you and for you to bring all of this good stuff to the region. We're also fighting with the county over homelessness funds
to help cities that are doing the grassroots work to get compensated for all the work you're doing in combating homelessness and helping those folks who are homeless. So it's some good stuff, some tough stuff, but whatever it is that the cities need, that's what we're here for. I'm proud to be a former council member from Southgate, proud to be a former board member of Gateway Cities, and to be able to use all of that to benefit our communities. So happy to answer any questions, but just an introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Hector. Any questions for Hector? No.
Just thank you for making it out here and visiting us.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I
Appreciate
still
it.
live in Southgate, so I'm just
Yes, we
not
know.
that far away. I try not to come here and be the angry constituent, although Rob has gotten a text from me. But thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hector, we appreciate your leadership and we're glad you're still in our community. You're still always be a mayor, always be a council member here. And thank you for the good things you do for the region.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
Al. And also, we had a meeting today on workforce development. So that's another issue that we're going to be
They were
championing
working on.
for our region.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
you.
thank you, Hector. And I know that you've been with the Gateway Cities COG, and we appreciate you coming back to this area and working for this area. And we have seen a huge difference in bringing resources to our community. So do want to thank you for that. Thanks. Okay. Okay, did we do a roll call? Yes. We did? Oh, okay. See, I'm gonna do a roll call again. Okay, at this time, we'll go on to, we're gonna skip item number 1 and we'll go on to item number 2.
Do we need to make-
City
make a note
Attorney,
in the
should we
record?
just read the, read it into the record, please?
Following the conclusion of the public hearing, it is recommended that the City Council determine that the proposed text amendment and is exempt from further review under the California Environmental Quality Act and the regulations promulgated there under, because of it consists of only related thereto and will not have the effect of substantially changing the regulatory standards or findings required. Therefore, in accordance with CEQA, the proposed text amendment is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15061B3 because the activity is governed by the general rule that CEQA applies only to projects that have potential to cause significant effect on the environment in this case. The proposed text amendment will not have a significant effect on the environment. Furthermore, determine that the accordance in the California Environmental Act, CEQA, the request for approval of a conditional use permit qualifies for categorical exemption under CEQA guidelines section 15301. Existing facilities in that project will not result in any alterations or expansion of the existing buildings within the project's site. B, introduce the ordinance waiver further reading and read by title only. An ordinance amending Chapter 11.21 Land Use Types of Title 11 Zoning of the Southgate Municipal Code relating to the restaurants and ancillary alcohol sales within all open spaces zoning districts in the city. And C, upholding the action taken by the Planning Commission at its December 5th, 2024 meeting by adopting a resolution attached hereto, approving a conditional use permit to allow the sales of alcohol for the on-site consumption in conjunction with the existing restaurant/cafe located within a soccer facility at 9599 Pinehurst Avenue, the SoFi Soccer Complex. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to have our city attorney go through some rules and regulations that we need to follow. This is a public hearing, and we have to, make sure that everything that it's that it's said, every testimony, it gets recorded. because it's by law, we have to do that and make sure that that everybody takes the opportunity to say their concerns. City Attorney or City Manager?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'll start here, and then if there's anything to add, the city manager will add. This is really a message both to the city council, to the appellant, to the party responding to the appeal, and to the members of the public that are here about how we have to conduct this proceeding. While we are not in a court of law, and we do not have a judge here, there are very similar things to a court proceeding that are involved in tonight's action. In lieu of a judge, we have a decision that will be being made by the 5 council members. This is a proceeding in which there is a party that is appealing a decision of the Planning Commission. And that appeal is going to be heard today, this evening. As part of that appeal, the party making the appeal will have an opportunity to speak first. Just like at a court proceeding, the party suing gets to present their case first. After the party appealing has presented their testimony or submitted their documents, then at that point, the party that's responding to the appeal will be given an equal opportunity to respond. And they can respond by testimony, they can respond by arguments, they can present documents. And then after they are done, both the appellee and the party responding to the appeal, then we will open it up to the public to come in and comment. Comments from the public need to be made at the microphone because everything has to be recorded in case there is a subsequent proceeding in court in which a judge will want to listen to what was said by everybody this evening. So it is vitally important that we respect the seriousness of this hearing. And in order to do that, there are certain rules that have to be followed by everyone, the public, the city council, and by the parties that are appealing. It's important for us to conduct a fair hearing. And so there are going to be people expressing viewpoints in support of the appeal, and there will likely be people expressing viewpoints in opposition to the appeal. And this is not a basketball game or a stadium where when one side makes a touchdown or scores a basket that there's an immediate applause there. What this is it's a respectful decision. And in order for us to allow for members on both sides to express their viewpoints, we have to make sure that there's no clapping, there's no cheering here, because that could impact the ability of people willing to come in and speak and offer their opinions. It will also delay the proceeding. It will also potentially impact what the audio recording is this evening. Again, this has this is a solemn procedure, much like if you were in a court proceeding and not at a basketball gymnasium here. So in order to do that, we have asked the city mayor to take a more formal approach, using her gavel here where it's necessary, if it's necessary. My hope is that it will not be necessary. But again, if it is, you will be warned, you will be warned again. And if this continues, we will have to ask you to leave. We do not want to ask anyone to leave. So we ask you to please respect this process, be respectful of the viewpoints. Even if you don't agree with the viewpoints, it's important to let those viewpoints be expressed in order for us to have a clear recording of tonight's proceedings. I can't stress that enough. Now, the members of the public will be invited to speak. You will have 3 minutes to come in and speak. We ask that you identify your name or how you wish to identify yourself there so that the record has a indication of who it is that is speaking there, and we can have a comprehensive record of this appeal. In order to do that, we ask that people not speak from the audience while someone is speaking. We ask that they not interrupt someone while they are speaking here this evening. Finally, as I said before, it's important to maintain the public decorum here, to respect the nature of this proceeding, and to allow us to be able to record everything so that we have an accurate record of what is being said, and so that both sides here have a fair chance to present their respective opinions for this city council then to make a decision. With that, I'll turn it back to the mayor, unless the city manager has a comment.
If it's all right, excellent summary, city attorney, council, and the folks here. As stated, we want this hearing to be fair. We want it to be hear everyone. We want to be able to hear them, be able to record that, and be respectful. And just to reiterate the order of service, when the hearing officially starts, the mayor will kick things off, pass it to the staff. They will present the item. It will go to the appellant who has appealed this decision. It'll be their turn. Then the group that is defending the appeal will speak. Then the mayor will call for public comment. So that'll be the place for public comment, just so you know the order. And at that point, if we do have a lineup, which I'm assuming we will, the best place to line up is on the side, this side of the council chambers. And then we'll go in order one at a time, coming to the mic, and you can line up so you know your order. And the clerk has a big clock down there, and you'll see that ticking 3 minutes from when you start down. And when it hits 0, you need to be finished, so that you'll be asked to stop speaking. It's not a normal proceeding. It's very specific to a council meeting. So those that haven't been here, just trying to help you understand how that'll roll out. At the end of all the public comment, the mayor will close the hearing. It'll the public comment part, and it'll come to the council, and you'll hear them speak. So just so you know the order. That was it.
And Madam Mayor, lastly, before we close the public hearing, I do know that the city clerk has received a number of comments.
Yes.
She will summarize those comments as part of the public hearing, and then you can close the public hearing at that point. Once you close the public hearing, this matter will go back to the council. The council will be able to ask questions of either side, the appellee or the party responding to the appeal, not to the members of the public. And the members of the public will not be able to further be engaged. That decision will be left in your hands.
Okay.
All right?
Madam Mayor, I just
Yes,
have
go
one
ahead.
question for clarification from our city attorney. Just want to make sure, are we holding a de novo hearing, or is it just on the appeal itself?
We're holding an appeal it's a de novo appeal on our side, meaning that we're taking the testimony here. We're not looking as to what decision, whether it was right or wrong by the planning commission. We're making a decision as if there's no decision made by the planning commission, and the appeal now is in your hands to make that decision.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And the first person that needs to come out and speak is the person who, the appellant,
Staff.
is the staff?
What we're first going to go with city staff to make a
To
presentation.
make a presentation?
And then we'll open it up to the
And then
testimony.
we open it to, okay.
Thank you.
Dave?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before I turn the presentation over to our senior planner, I wanted to take a quick moment to speak about conditional use permits. These land use terms can understandably be a little confusing, and with the resident interest in the item this evening, we thought it could be helpful. So just very briefly, if we could advance the slide a couple of times. One more, please. Right here. Thanks. So just briefly, conditional use permits, or CUPs, are a type of land use approval. They're used when you have a type of land use identified in your code that merits a higher level, if you will, of review and consideration more than just a staff-issued permit. Most specifically, CUPs are required to have a public hearing with your planning commission. This is done so that the city can do a deeper dive, if you will, into the specifics of an application, how a particular use might operate, and where merited, to craft conditions of approval to assure that a use will not adversely affect the city. And that's key. As the name conditional use permit suggests, the city can place reasonable conditions of approval if merited. And those conditions really become law. If they're not observed, a CUP can be revoked. If we can go back one So let's talk about an example of a CUP, an example that coincides nicely with tonight's hearing. Restaurants, by example, are allowed in typical commercial settings. But alcoholic beverage service as part of a restaurant takes CUP approval, and this is the application from the SO5 applicant that you'll hear more about tonight. SO5 has received their CUP for their alcohol beverage sales with the restaurant from the Planning Commission, but that action has now been appealed and thus is before you tonight for consideration. This council serves as the city's appeal reviewing body. And then if we can advance 2 slides. There you go. Thank you. I won't belabor these points. I think the city attorney and city manager have covered them quite well, but as staff will explain, council has optional actions it can take tonight. You can uphold the commission's approval of that CUP, or you may choose to grant the appeal and thus deny the CUP, and we'll be talking more about that. And with that, I'll introduce Mr. Rodrigo Pelayo, our senior planner, to provide you more details on the item before you tonight.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. On December 5th, 2024, the Planning Commission held a special meeting in which they adopted a resolution, which is number 2024-07. And this resolution consisted of a recommendation for the proposed ordinance amendment and the approval of conditional use permit number 24-15, including findings that the project, both the text amendment and the CUP approval are exempt under the CEQA guidelines. Subsequently, on December 17th, 2024, an appeal was filed by Ms. Caroline Maravilla. Now, the CUP appeal and the proposed ordinance were originally scheduled for the City Council meeting of February 11th, 2025. On January 24th, 2025, the applicant for the CUP, Michael Ayes, requested a continuance to the February 25th City Council meeting in order to conduct some outreach. Now, on February 11th, 2025, the City Council received some public comments and continued the hearing to tonight's meeting. With respect to the proposed ordinance, the city's zoning code, also known as Title 11 of the Southgate Municipal Code, it outlines zones and regulations and procedures. Within those regulations lies Table 11.21-5, which lists the permitted uses throughout each zone of the city. Currently, dine-in restaurants and alcohol sales are not allowed within the open space zoning district. Therefore, the applicant seeking to change this through the proposed ordinance amendment. Now, if adopted, restaurants and alcohol sales will be allowed within the open space zone, subject to the approval of a conditional use permit. The slide before you represents the proposed language that would be introduced to the zoning code. The table above is an excerpt of the comprehensive table, and it depicts the 2 land uses that would essentially be introduced to the table itself. First one being dine-in restaurants, which would be allowed within the open space zone, subject to the CUP as mentioned. And the second row represents the alcohol sales as part of a restaurant, subject to the approval of a conditional use permit. Now, both of these land uses have additional regulations followed by the subscripts. Subscript number 3 would stipulate the regulations for restaurants, should they be permitted in the open space zone. And they're as follows. For dine-in restaurants, only 1 dine-in restaurant within a park would be allowed for each 50 acres of parkland. B, restaurants are prohibited within public utility easements, rights-of-way, and other areas outside of the parks that are designated open space. C, the Department of Parks and Recreation shall review and issue a recommendation for approval to the Planning Commission. Now, with respect to alcohol sales, subscript number 4, letter A, stipulates that alcohol sales for on-site consumption of beer and wine only, specifically the ABC license type 41 would be allowed. And B, Department of Parks and Recreation shall review and issue a recommendation for approval to the Planning Commission. This map represents the areas throughout the city that are currently designated open space. For the most part, it's the city parks. With this proposed ordinance, 2 of the parks would be affected by the language introduced, specifically Southgate Park and the Hollandale Regional Park. With respect to the appeal of CUP 24-15, the letter that was filed by the appellant specifically asserts that the following. The approval conflicts with the general plan goals, incompatibility with open space zoning, potential adverse effects on surrounding properties, failure to adequately address safety and public health risks, insufficient evidence supporting economic or social benefits, failure to preserve recreational intent, limited precedent for similar uses in the open space zones, contradictions with CEQA exemption justification, and lastly, insufficient scrutiny and public engagement. This approval of the CUP will become valid only if both the City Council decides to adopt an ordinance to amend the zoning code, and 2, if the City Council upholds the Planning Commission's action in approving the conditional use permit and the exemption findings. Alternatively, if the City Council overturns the Planning Commission's action, a resolution will need to be adopted. Staff has determined that both the proposed ordinance amendment and the approval of a CUP are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Next slide. And lastly, staff's recommendation that the City Council determine that the proposed ordinance amendment and the approval of conditional use permit 24-15 are exempt from CEQA. To adopt an ordinance amending the zoning code, chapter 11.21, as it relates to restaurants and ancillary alcohol sales within the open space zoning districts throughout the city. And lastly, to uphold the Planning Commission's findings and action in approving the conditional use permit. This concludes my presentation. Staff's available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? Okay.
I just have one, if we can have a clarification on how this ordinance does not qualify for CEQA, if we can have maybe a short answer to that.
Under CEQA, there's certain types of amendments that can be made to the city's municipal code. Depending on those changes, if they're determined to not make or cause a significant effect on the environment, that would deem them exempt from CEQA.
So that's because they're not proposing the change of a footprint, or they're not expanding the property, they're not doing any changes to the actual building. That's why it's exempt from CEQA?
That is correct. They're not proposing any type of development project.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so at this time, City Attorney?
Madam Mayor, I think at this time it'd be appropriate to call up the appellant here, if we could.
Thank you. So at this time, if I can please come up, Caroline Maravilla?
And ask her to state her name on the record.
Yes, thank you. This one right here. Can you please state your name and address for the record? Is it? Can you repeat it just to make sure it gets recorded?
Caroline Maravilla, 9311 Hildreth Avenue.
Go ahead.
Okay, so good evening. Briefly, I was contacted today at 3 o'clock by two individuals who work for the city who informed me that I had as much time as needed, and I had could do a PowerPoint. This is both last minute and highly inappropriate, I think, for an appellant as myself. I am a mom. I do take care of my parents. There is a very short notice from 3 o'clock to this evening, 6 o'clock. I will keep it brief, though, and I'm sure that you will hear from the citizens as you did the other day. Very boisterous. So we're here tonight for two reasons. One, to stop the sale of alcohol at Southgate Park, goals so 5. And 2, to stop the rezoning of all Southgate parks. We are a hardworking community. We are a Hispanic community. And we have gathered over $2,000 as a community to appeal the decision that the City Planning Commission Board made. We are a humble community. We don't often complain, for the exception on February 11th. I am not sure if you've ever had a city council meeting that way. But the community came out and they spoke their minds that they highly oppose this. Now, it was said beforehand that Goals had done, they had done the legwork with the residents and had done door knocking. And when I spoke to the residents while door knocking, no one had been contacted. No one had been informed. I have done this legwork. Other community members have done this legwork on their blocks, throughout the parks, throughout the city. People are completely unaware that this decision was made. People are completely unaware that this has been going on for 2 years now. We won beforehand with city council. Now they went behind and went to the City Planning Commission Board. Now we're back here again and we're asking you to listen to us. We're asking you to be on the side of the community. We're asking you to be on the side of the residents, of your constituents who have said repeatedly no on both matters. As I brought up before the other day, it is illegal to sell alcohol near the school and near a church. Both are present on Pinehurst Avenue. You are aware that Southgate Park specifically is running rampant with illegal drugs, with illegal gambling, with excessive homelessness, with an abundant use of marijuana, specifically in the playgrounds, in the jungle gym areas. You are now aware that our lights were out for about 6 months. This is in the Hildreth, Southern, and on Tweedy. Park lights. It was pitch dark. Nobody helped. And there were several emails sent out to the city. For over a year, the slides in the jungle gym have been shut down and boarded up where children were not able to play. We call the park patrol and they don't show up. They don't work on weekends. We call the police and they don't show up. And if they do show up, they show up several hours later. "15 years ago, this have not happened. This would have not happened 15 years ago. 15 years ago, this would have not have been even a thought or a glimmer in our community. Southgate Park specifically used to be a beacon of light, a beacon of hope for community, for recreation, for families, for children to play. You are introducing and unleashing a beast upon our community. It is unfair because we're Hispanic and we are humble that you would allow or approve this. This would not fly in a Caucasian community. This would not fly in an Asian community. And we are very aware of that. It is mentioned by them previously that alcohol has been sold at Chuck E. Cheese and at BJ's. This is not Chuck E. Cheese and this is not a BJ's. This is a park. It was mentioned before by them that if the community cared, they would have been here because just me and another resident from Pinehurst before. The community cares. They showed up on the 11th. You had a stream of community members who care. We are here. We have spoken our mind. We have spoken our thoughts. We are saying to please think of your residents. Please think of the community. If it is about money, you can find money in another way. Our community is already in problems, and you're adding alcohol legally. We already have alcohol that is being consumed illegally in the park, and absolutely nothing is done. I have been hit while running. I'm an avid runner. I have been hit on Pinehurst while running from the Goals parking lot. There's somebody who has died, a young lady died on Dwayne Way and Hildreth Avenue. There has been a death. There was most recently a car accident that it was near the park. That was, I'm not sure if it was on Hollydale or Southgate Park. So accidents do happen, but now you are contemplating to allow alcohol consumption when school is still in session, because I believe they're petitioning to serve alcohol from 2 till closing. School is out 2:45. This is over your conscience. This is over your mindsets. You take an oath before the community. You pray before the community. That should mean something to you. It means something to me. It means something to our community. We are pleading with you to listen to us and vote no. To not have to keep appealing, to not have to keep fighting for this. This is something that should not have taken place. Now, there isn't much more than I can say that hasn't already been said on the 11th. There isn't much more to say other than what the individuals said on the 11th. I'm asking you as our city council members to represent us, to listen to us. It wasn't just me who paid the appeal money. That is a lot of money. That costs the residents money. But we gathered together to fight this injustice that was made upon our city. We're asking you to correct it. And I don't mean correct it as let's make an allowance. Let's get 10 park patrols. Because that's not going to happen. At the end of the day, these people don't live here. At the end of the day, they aren't residents here. They don't know the troubles that we go through on Hildreth and on Pinehurst and on Southern and on Tweedy. They don't know the cars that have run into our streets and to our lawns. They don't know the individuals that will suffer at the end. It doesn't mean anything to them. It's a casualty. It's a nothing. But to us, it means a lot. To us, those are our kids playing in that park. To us, those are our elderly parents that are walking in that park where people already don't stop. People already don't yield to pedestrians. People already race, drag race, drink. They do incredible stuff that is unimaginable in our park. And I should know because I live there. I live right in front of that park. I literally run that park all hours of the day, and I see ridiculous, outrageous things that 15 years ago would not be allowed. You can still make this park what it once was, but not with the sale of alcohol. You can make this park a beacon for our city, a beacon of hope, a beacon of light, because all the neighboring cities used to come here. And now not so much anymore. I don't take my children anymore because there's too much marijuana. I don't take my children anymore because there's too many homeless. I don't take my children anymore, etc. This is what you hear over and over and over for the people who live on our streets. And I'm sure that they have a bunch of people here and there to vouch for them who work for them, or people who live on the opposite side of our city, of the park. I live directly there. It does personally affect me. It personally affects all the people here who came out on the 11th, who are still here. And you will get a lot of youth who are most likely in support of alcohol. Alcohol, yay, it's up at the park. Because they don't really know the consequences. You are all older of age. You are in the tercera edad, the majority of you. You have common sense. You have wisdom. You have refinement. You have age. You have seen things. You have lived things. You know things. I'm asking you to hone in on that. I'm appealing to you as a resident, as a mother, as a daughter, as someone who came out today, someone who's come out repeatedly for 2 years fighting this. Now, I brought an army with me. I finally was able to gather up an army with me. But we're here, and we're asking you the same thing. Now, just one moment more. You know that soccer is a game. It's a beautiful game. Like Pele said. It is a beautiful game. And when you involve alcohol, things become rowdy. Things become problematic. Things become outrageous. There are fights. There are hot-headedness. Now you're introducing alcohol into a situation that's already like this. We are passionate people. And this is a kid's park and a kid's game and a thing for children. And you are unleashing an innumerable amount of problems, of casualties. Because there will be a fatality at one point or another. And that will be over your head when you see it on the Southgate scanner, when people come to the city council meeting, when somebody mentions it to you, did you hear about so-and-so, their child died? That will be on your conscience. That will be over your heads. That will be blood on your hands. Because this is a foreboding warning of what is to come. Now, I'm asking you as our city council members to do what is right for your community, to do what is right and just by us. We are telling you we do not want this. We are telling you are doing us a high disservice. You are underselling us because we're humble, because we're meek people, and we're hardworking blue-collar people. But we are nevertheless your community and your constituents. And we deserve better than this. We deserve a much better thing than this. Thank you.
Okay, I just need to remind you there is no clapping, please. This is a public hearing. Okay?
Madam Mayor, just for the record, I just want to make sure if we could get Ms. Maravilla back up to the microphone for a second.
Ms. Maravilla, can you please come up?
Ms. Maravilla, I think I know the answer to these questions, but we have to put them on the record. Have you completed the presentation that you wanted to make in connection with your appeal?
For tonight, yes.
Yes, that's. I
Yes.
just want to make sure that concludes your presentation, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, great. And then, so, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, I want to remind the public that it's important to respect the decorum here because these proceedings are being recorded, and we have to make sure that we provide a fair basis for both sides to be able to make their presentation. I think at this point, I'd like to call up Mr. Ayes now, the
Mr. Mike
respondent,
Myers, the attorney.
the attorney. And Mr. Ayes, I'll ask you to, you're a lawyer, but I want to make sure you put on the record who the applicant is in this matter and what your relationship is to that applicant.
Good evening, Honorable Council. My name is Michael Ayaz. I'm attorney of record on behalf of SoFi Goals Soccer Centers. I represent the applicant. I had spoken a little bit earlier about a guest that we have. I was wondering if the mayor would indulge in allowing that guest to go.
Yes, thank you, and my apologies and for courtesy, when a council member and our mayor goes to any other city, we have the courtesy to introduce the person, and we do have the mayor of Covina, and, sorry, Victor Linares. Would you like to speak now, or would you like to speak after his presentation? Please come up. Just state your name and,
Yeah, no problem.
for the record.
Good evening. My name is Victor Linares, and I'm the mayor pro tem of the city of Covina. I've been mayor, and I'll be mayor in a couple meetings, but for now, mayor pro tem. But I'd like to say good evening to you, mayor, city council, staff, and chief of police. I just wanted to kind of maybe shed some light on the experience that the city of Covina has had. We have had SoFi in our town for 10 years. And in 2021, they did receive a beer and wine license from the city of Covina. So I just would like to shed some light on that process, how things have been going with them. And if possible, if you guys have any questions, I'd love to answer them. When they took over the site, I want to make this, emphasize this, they are butted up against a children's baseball field, and they are butted up against an elementary school, Barranca Elementary. It's a very, very busy elementary. When Covina Valley Unified School District, who owned the property, allowed them to come onto the property, it still belongs to Covina Valley. So at the time, alcohol was not allowed, and they just allowed SoFi to come in, and let's see what kind of partner they're going to be in our town. So in 2021, when they applied for the beer and wine license and they approached the school district about getting a beer and wine license, the school district, because the school was right there, they basically said, hey, city council, do you want to take this on? And do you want to take the heat if you approve it? And we said, sure, bring it on. We'll take it on. So the school district kind of handed it over to the council. So I understand the situation that you're in currently now, and I understand I've been where you're at, and I know it gets tricky with these decisions. All I can speak on today is that for 10 years, SoFi has been a great partner to our community. Not only do my children play at SoFi, but I currently, for the last 4 years, have been playing there every Thursday night. Since 2021, I'll speak more on that because that's when they got their beer and wine license. We have not had one problem with SoFi from the city. We have had not one problem with the city of Covina Police Department. They have been a great partner to us. They have not been a nuisance. If anything, prior to them coming, getting beer and wine, there were opportunities. There were many times where people would park outside and they would drink. People would gather around and they would drink. We were hoping as a council that when we allowed the beer and wine license, that would remedy that problem. It has remedied that problem, and that has not been an issue ever since then. I just want to make it clear. I play there Thursday nights. When my kids go there to practice, I'm constantly looking around to see what the environment's like. It's parents having a beer. It's parents having a meal while their children are practicing for 2 hours. It's a team of guys that I'm 45. I play with a team of guys my age. And I'm telling you right now, we have a beer at times after our game, but the one thing I don't see is people abusing it. It's not a bar. You don't see a lot of people drinking. I know beer. I own 3 breweries. I'm very well versed in the world of alcohol. That is not what this location has become. It is not a place that people say, hey, Friday night, let's go drink at SoFi. It is parents that come to take their kids. It is people that play there at the facilities that are enjoying a drink with their meal. And please believe I'm very sensitive to it. When I'm there, I'm constantly looking around just to see kind of what the vibe is. They've been a great partner to us. Management has been great with the city of Covina. They've worked really well with our school districts. So I'm just here to give you guys facts on the fact that we have not had any issues with SoFi since they've gotten their beer and wine license. And I'd love to answer any questions if you guys have any.
Thank you.
Okay.
I don't think we have any questions at this point, so we're going to go ahead and have
Okay.
the attorney do his presentation.
Thank you so much for having me. You guys
No,
have a
and I
great
think
day.
Again,
Yeah,
thank you for coming out, and also, well, welcome to City of South.
Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you for that courtesy, Madam Mayor and Council. Well, I think the first thing I'd like to start off with is initially apologizing for not being here on the 11th. We had requested a continuance. We checked the agenda. The agenda had no staff report and the continuance. The city also wanted the continuance. If you read the notice kind of carefully, have both things here. And so we were not at the hearing, and we apologize for that. But it was under the assumption and following discussions that I had with Mr. Salinas that the matter would in fact be continued. We are here tonight. I do want to let you know that we have listened to the audio, so we're very familiar with what happened that evening, and we're here to address some of the concerns. I'd like to open up with the idea or what was presented from the appellant. We too would like you to consider facts and evidence and what we have gone through. No one did this in secret. This was publicly noticed. And so the idea that there was some kind of secret process, we disagree with respectfully. Additionally, we respect every neighbor. And while we did listen to some of the comments, and there's really on some of those comments not much that we can say because they're not relative to the goals operation, we do respect our neighbors. We did have a community outreach meeting, and we did mail use the service for that mailing through 1,000 feet from our location for purposes of additional community outreach. We were saddened that a lot of those people didn't come, but we did have a good turnout. Clarification point, there was no alcohol there. I mean, I know that was talked about at the meeting as well. But if you read that, it was coffee and tacos and non-alcoholic beverages. Our discussion was to talk about those items. That being said, a couple of the housekeeping issues, kind of uncomfortable housekeeping issues, but we have sent a letter in to the city attorney with regard to a recusal of a council member. Our understanding that that's not going to happen, so I just state it for the record. That's fine, but I do want to state it for the record so the administrative record is clear. That being said, we'd like to pull up the presentation if you don't mind, Madam Clerk. And before I start, we are not selling alcohol in the park. We are selling it in conjunction with our restaurant in a very defined, restricted, limited space within the building. We've also added some additional conditions, which we'll go over, that will help address some of the concerns. But we really did listen to the meeting video, and we are prepared to provide additional context and conditions of approval. Victor Linares obviously was nice enough to come this evening. You have letters from the chief of police, from the city manager as well, and you're on the record. But in the city of Covina, we have 19 conditions. By the end of tonight, we'll have 52 conditions on a restaurant space. So it just kind of tells you the commitment that we have in addressing the concerns the best way we know how, which is excellent operations, compliance, and the implementation of conditions. And we'll go through that a little bit more. But first, we wanted to kind of address the community concerns that we heard. So the premises is equipped with security cameras. This is not your typical security camera system. It's AI facial recognition software. It allows us to quickly determine any problematic patron or visitor, and allows us to go through the banning or restricting access to the property. We also have ID checks, and many of you that did come in the audience, when you come into the facility, it's a single entrance into the facility. You go through a check-in process before you're even allowed to step foot through the foyer. That includes a bag check, that includes ID checks, and that will also include, as a condition you'll see later, the implementation of non-removable, unless you have a blade, wristbands for people that are 21 and over that come into the facility. So we've implemented that additional condition. Additionally, we are going to be talking about this as well. We are going to have an employee that's dedicated to roaming the area that is under our control. That includes the licensed premises, which is just those blue spots that you see, as well as the rest of the facility, to include the fields, the hallways, the locker rooms, and the parking lots that are specifically our parking lots by the terms of the lease. So we will be having that employee doing that monitoring in the parking lot. We will also be contacting, the Southgate Police Department if we see any kind of illegal or suspicious activity. Again, the chief of police is here. We have met with the chief of police as well. I don't want to speak for the chief, but our understanding is that Southgate has been a good community member and a partner, and there have not been overt calls for service, crimes, or anything associated with goals. Now, you will hear a lot of things that are happening in the park. The park is 96 acres. We control about 6% of that park. And a lot of what we heard from the community is that there's issues going on at the park that are completely unrelated to the operations of goals. And so, you know, it's hard for us to manage the entire 96 acres because that's not our business. That's not necessarily our responsibility, but we are responsible for our business and the area that's under our control. So again, I want the council to understand, we're not proposing selling alcohol in the park, and we don't control the park. We have a small section of the park. My clients invested since 2010, $9 million into this community to build and to run. And I would ask you, how many $9 million investments has the city of Southgate gotten from a private company in the last 10 years? I don't know. You know better than I do, but from a private company perspective, we've invested, and these numbers have been verified by the Chamber of Commerce, over $9 million into this community, not only in the business, but into programs and things like that. In that slide, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, in that slide, you'll see we've provided a snippet of the camera systems that are there, as well as those red dots showing you where the cameras are located within and around the premises. That is the interior shot and the exterior shot above. SoFi has developed and implemented a comprehensive employee procedure and policy manual. This is the same one that we've used at our other facilities. We have sent it over to Southgate. You have it in front of you. It addresses many of the concerns and many of the things that we already do. We have sent it to the chief and look forward, as that's a living document, to any suggestions or modifications that the chief or the police department may have. But again, this was another investment in implementing this. And again, this is what we implement throughout our program. So this is in Covina, this is in Rancho, this is in Alameda, where we have liquor licenses. So we are not new at this. We are very experienced. And I would ask the council to consider how many times they've had a mayor from another city come to their council meeting in support of a project. I would think that that's fairly rare. As well as getting a letter from the chief of police of that city and the city manager. But we have a very strict code of conduct at our place. If you violate that code of conduct, you'll be banned from entering the facility, either you or your team, or what the case dictates. And a lot of that is spelled out in the policy and procedure manual. The code of conduct and things that we would permanently ban, or 86 as they call it in the industry, would be tailgating in the parking lots, removal of purchased alcohol from designated service areas, attempt to bring alcohol from outside into the premises, which is also a violation of our liquor license. And I think one thing I'll point out here is not only do we have 56 conditions of approval, which I've done stadiums that have less than this, but 56 condition or 52, pardon me, once we add ours. We also have this California Business and Profession Code, also known as the ABC Act, which also, upon the issuance of the license, carries strict compliance-related issues. I'm sure the chief and the city attorney are aware of those conditions and restrictions. One of them is bringing alcohol onto the property. One of them is leaving with alcohol on the property. And so one of the things that we're doing as part of that alcohol control is, obviously we've agreed to alcohol service in only a small portion of our restaurant space. And also, as a condition of approval, we will not be serving beers in cans or bottles. We will be serving them in distinct glassware, so that you know where that alcoholic beverage came from when you're inside. And if you start to see those cups outside, then we have a problem, right? And so again, another thing that we're doing. Obviously, we will never let an intoxicated person onto the premises. We would remove, and there's, again, I'm paraphrasing some of this stuff, but we would call a cab or an Uber. But if someone were to become intoxicated, which is against our policy and subject to termination for employees if people become over intoxicated or fighting or making threats. So again, we have this code of conduct that is required to be executed by every guest coming in. These are implemented with our alcohol licenses. And so these activities, and this is not an exclusive list, but these activities would result in the banning of patrons or guests from our facility. We've also created a SoFi security hotline, or excuse me, SoFi soccer hotline. This will be posted in and around the premises. This could also be a condition of approval if you'd like. We just do this anyways, but this will be posted in and around not only the interior of the site, but the exterior of the site. It was made available during our February 12th community outreach. And so we are committed, my client is committed to responding to emails within 24 hours and addressing issues that the community may have from time to time. Again, these are the conditions that we're proposing to add in addition to the conditions that we've already agreed to. And we thought that these additional conditions, although not required for us to volunteer, were appropriate following the last hearing. The applicant shall maintain a security camera system using 24/7 recording of the center and its surroundings, including parking lots, up to 30 days of video storage made available to the city and PD. And we would invite you to come check out the security system because it's very high tech, AI, all that good stuff. Beer and wine, as I mentioned before, will be sold in distinctive and unique drink receptacles that made it readily identifiable, one, as an alcoholic beverage, and two, make it readily identifiable as coming from the licensed premises. So again, this idea that we can control the other 90 acres, if there's a beer bottle, it's not coming from us because we're not selling those type of products at the facility. During hours in which alcohol is served, the applicant will provide a dedicated employee whose sole task will be to continually monitor the premises to include the field areas, the parking lots, restaurant, hallways, and surrounding parking lots that are under our control. Again, I want to make it clear, we don't control the entirety of the park. And the things that you're hearing about gambling and drinking and smoking weed, they're not happening at SoFi. They're not happening in the area immediately around SoFi. They're happening in other areas. And unfortunately, we are not the policing agency. So what we bring to that park is light, as she mentioned. This, as I understand, was an old school that was abandoned. And our clients came in and invested heavily into this community to bring life and energy and an amenity back to the city of SoFi. The city of SoFi needs these amenities. We don't have the amenities that we would like here, I think. And this does provide one of those amenities for the community to come and gather. And as an ancillary part of that, our restaurant space is asking for beer and wine. Every customer who wants to purchase alcohol will have their ID checked at the point of sale system during the check-in process and via electronic ID scanners. So as a condition, we're also going to be adding the verification for an extra step. Of course, as Mr. Salinas knows, the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control about 2 years ago mandated RBS training, responsible beverage training by statute. So not only do we do that, but we also have our own corporate training, our training that we provide, but we're also, and a lot of that training is ID checks, right? The feel, the touch, but we're also agreeing to implement the ID scanners as an additional measure of ID checking at the property. Lastly, all patrons properly identified and wish to purchase alcohol will be issued non-transferable wristbands. I don't know how many of you have been to a concert lately, but these wristbands now are made of a material. We're not talking about the paper rip away, throw away. These are made of a nylon material that are easily identifiable and very difficult to take off. They will be placed per our training tight enough to be comfortable, but prohibit the removal of the wristbands. Thank you. Part of the reason in January that we requested the continuance was so that we could do and engage in additional community outreach, as I mentioned. We hosted an open house to the discussion of the addition of the restaurant and the requests that we were making. Again, no alcohol was provided at this event. Then the very plain reading of the flyer makes that fairly clear. The points on there are the things that we were discussing. And then as you see highlighted, we were offering coffee and treats. And as it turns out, my client fed half the neighborhood with tacos and other items. So we did do that community event. We had several people come in. A lot of the people that came in that were initially opposed to the project, after we explained the project a little in more detail, we found that a lot of them were in support. Now, these are all the petitions that we have in support. And again, there are some in here that are not for us, but the majority of these emails, and we'll go ahead and give these to the clerk, about 80% are all in favor of adding the additional amenity. So again, we're hoping and we're relying on this council to make a determination based on facts and evidence. And we think there's no better fact or evidence or proof than the case study at Covina, and we'll get to that. The February 12th, thank you, Madam Clerk. Next one. At the February 12th event, we had 874 surveys taken, 673 patrons supported it. And as a matter of transparency, we're telling you some of the people didn't, but the overwhelming number of the patrons or community members did. Out of the 329 Southgate resident petitions, 78% of them were in favor. Again, we can bury you with signatures and those things, but the reality is that the overwhelming community supports goals and what they've done for the community and the addition of this ancillary service and amenity. But as I'm sure you know, it's easy to rebel rouse and get people that say no than to bring people in to say yes. So we've brought some people here tonight. I'm gonna save you the pain of listening to all of it, but I think we'll have the Southgate residents go, and then by a show of hands, unless you want to hear from everyone, it'll be a bit repetitive. But we respect your time, and we know this might be a longer hearing. The project history, I do want to go over that a little bit. As you know, the City Council adopted an ordinance on November 9th to allow limited availability of alcoholic beverages in parks. Following that, and one of the main events was our event. If you look at the decision that was made, Southgate was one of the people that came in and asked for that permit. Following that event, we started to engage with the city, specifically the Parks and Recreation Department, about the possibility of having a more permanent availability at our location, particularly at this place, which if you visited the site, has a beautiful bona fide kitchen, ovens, grills, pizza ovens, the entire kitchen facilities to do the food. In our discussions with the city as well as the Parks and Recreation Department, they amended our lease. The city amended our lease to allow this very use that we're seeking, subject to, of course, approval. So it wasn't carte blanche, but the city had worked with us. I mean, as we sit here today, I don't think there's one city department that is opposed to our request. We've talked to the Parks and Recreations. We've talked to the police chief. We've talked to the police department. We've talked to the city manager. The planning staff's recommending approval. So as a whole, the city government is in support of this application. In May of 2022, we filed a conditional use permit application to add beer and wine. It's the same application in terms of the request under the existing, under the conditional use permit that's before you tonight. That was denied. We were told you can't apply for a year. We didn't apply right at that year mark. During that year, we worked with the community, the Chamber of Commerce, various organizations, the city, to bolster again our position, and we then refiled the application in April of 2024. 6 or 7 months went by. There was some issues, but we got those squared away on the processing side. But for the first time, we were told about the zone variance, which oddly wasn't required the last time, even though, yeah, it wasn't required the last time. But I want to make it very clear that while it was initiated by the city manager's office, we paid for the zone code amendment fee for amending the code on a city-owned property. That wasn't required last time. We're not sure exactly what happened. We went all the way through the process, but nonetheless, we filed it. In September, obviously, we went to the Planning Commission, and at that Planning Commission, we provided our evidence, our testimony, and despite some concerning comments that were made at that Planning Commission, we were able to garner the support and approval by your Planning Commission for both the zone variance and the conditional use permit. And then obviously the appeal was filed, and listening to the appellant, it's difficult to decipher what's wrong with the park and what's wrong with goals, right? And goals is not the problem, and we are not selling alcohol in your park. It's in a very limited area.
I'm going to ask you to please let me retain from, upbursting, because it gets recorded, and we need to make sure that everything that it's being said, it gets recorded. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's a lot of misinformation that's been out there, right? And we've been subject to the public process, public noticing, public hearings. We're not hiding anything from anybody. But it's disheartening to hear the way that the community has talked about and the level of irresponsibility that apparently is the precipice for a lot of this vigor of this thing. I mean, people have to take responsibility for themselves. But again, I will say it to the jeers of the crowd: we're not selling it in the park. We're not having remote events outside. We're not having a bar outside. We're not a bar. We're not a sports bar. We're a restaurant, small, cafe that's having beer and wine within a very prescribed space. And that space is not only approved by the city, but it's also going to be approved by the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control. And if a beer crosses a line, that is a violation of our liquor license, right? And so this is the most over-conditioned project for such a small restaurant that I have ever seen. And God bless my clients, they're okay with that. They're okay with over-conditioning it. I would note that, again, we had 19 conditions in Covina, and you heard the proof is in the pudding. We have 52 conditions, if you add the conditions that we're suggesting, and we're okay with that. 52 conditions that will highly regulate this facility and give the city teeth. You have a 6-month review process. You have the ability to revoke it. You have the ability to change it. You have all of these tools in your council tool bag to use if these fears come to light, right? But again, if we look at the case study and you look at our operations, they're not going to happen, and they haven't happened in any of our other sites. So next slide, Madam Clerk. So I'm going to just kind of breeze through this one, but this is the Southgate Municipal Code Amendment in 2021 to allow sales in the parks. Again, this is sales in the parks, not within a confined space. And this was approved, which started our desire, our initial overtures to the city with regard to the current request. Next slide, Madam Clerk. Again, yeah, this next slide. You guys know. So I wanted to show this to the city council. This is the slide that essentially shows the park in its total. This park is 96.8 acres. As the code amendment reads, there are two possible parks that could do or request a restaurant on site. The other park doesn't have the same facilities, and so it would be a major undertaking. But we would also be okay if the city wanted to make it one for every 100 acres, assuming that we get one per 100 acres. That would eliminate the other park. But again, we only control about 7% of the entirety of the park. And I would hope that the police department could attest that they haven't seen overt crimes or calls for service generated as a result of Goals operation. But again, we are not in a position to monitor or control the entire park. Now, at the last hearing, not the continued one, but the Planning Commission hearing, I believe the Director of Parks and Recreation discussed additional measures that they would look into and implement for the park, which is under their exclusive control. But again, I think this visual gives you an idea of exactly what is under our immediate control. And so we're being blamed for what happens in the other 93% of the park. And that isn't fair, nor is it in line with the planning and land use principles that should govern your decision, as well as the facts and evidence. With the appellant, we heard a lot of opinions, heartfelt opinions, and we respect that. But nothing factual or evidence that points to SoFi being anything other than a great partner to the community. We certainly don't have control of the lights. I mean, again, these are things that we feel for these people and for the protestants or for the people that are against us. But we are also a bit hand-tied in only being able to light our facility, to make sure our facility is safe, to make sure our facility is clean, and make sure our facility is compliant. Next slide, Madam Clerk. So a little history about SoFi in Southgate. So since 2010, our client has invested $9 million, not into its pocket, but into the community, into this facility, into this area within the community. It has hired more than 30 employees with a focus on minority and women-led initiatives, as well as Hire Southgate First. We have over 250,000 visitors each year that come into this city, that spend money in this city, that become familiar with the city of Southgate, and bring additional revenue and notoriety, because SoFi is an international company. They are associated with one of the most premier soccer teams in the Premier League. They are connected with LAFC. They are connected with Angels. They are bringing these type of entities and partners into this Southgate community. And in order to do and continue to do these things, we do need to look at all of our avenues of adding amenities and revenue. We're not naive. We're not saying that we're not going to make revenue from this. I mean, that would be not true. But it's not the revenue that's driving this. It's the revenue that we will be generating that will help us improve this site, that will help us continue to invest, hopefully over the next 10 years, another $9 or $10 million into this community. So we have a growth plan. We have a plan to grow in Southgate and to add more programs and amenities and things that are at our facility. But we need to feel wanted, and we need to feel that we are a partner in the community. And part of what we need to add is this ancillary amenity of a few beers and wine, because the overwhelming customer demand is that we add that amenity. It also provides a brand consistency, because our other locations have this same amenity. And so we do have visitors from our other locations that have pickup games or events that come to other SoFi facilities. So we want to provide that. Obviously, there's a neighborhood benefit in terms of the taxes, the jobs, and I don't want to really belabor that point. I think that this council knows that with any business of this size and commitment. We've also had 1,600 kids enrolled in our Man City and Little Kickers program. We have adult leagues. We do a lot within this community on its own. Next slide, Madam Clerk. So, again, this goes down into our career opportunities that we're going to see from adding this additional amenity, which will be the employment of no less than 7 new full-time employees, right? And those employees are going to be 2 to 3 servers. I think bartender servers is what we call them. 2 additional cooks to meet the heightened demand. And 2 employees on staff that will be dedicated to just monitoring and compliance related issues. Securing the liquor license has obviously been a significant capital and time and effort consumption investment into the food and beverage operations, and obviously other trades will benefit from that as well, like local contractors and other vendors, local breweries within the surrounding area. Next slide, Madam Clerk. Again, I think we can kind of go through this, but the $250,000 annually, based on our clients' calculations. Again, they were provided to the Southgate Chamber of Commerce, and the details and computations which were approved by the Chamber of Commerce, who also showed up at our last hearing in sport. We're looking at 180,000 non-resident visitors, amounting to about a $1.2 million annual increase in local business opportunities. We are facing a gap because a lot of these facilities now, Field of Dreams, Silver Lakes, any of these larger soccer facilities have this amenity. I mean, it's part of our presentation. You can Google it. Field of Dreams, like Silver Lakes, these are some of the major places that have this. So this isn't a new concept. It might be new here, although it shouldn't be because we've been here for a couple of years asking for this now. But it's certainly not new, and it's not new to us. Not only do we have the locations here in Southern California, but we have another, how many locations East Coast? Another 22 locations on the East Coast, all of which serve beer and wine. And again, I would point out to the zone code ordinance, this will never be a bar. This will always be a restaurant. It will not be able to convert to anything else without us coming back here. We're required to sell food under the law. This is just a restaurant, folks, that's located within our facility that happens to be located in your park. All right. Next slide, Madam Clerk. So again, some of the regional influences that we talked about that we're bringing to Southgate, it's Angel City Football Club, Los Angeles Football Club. We have the World, obviously the big one, Manchester City. We also have on the precipice of one of the largest events in Los Angeles, the World Cup coming. So we've already been in communication with the Mexican national team, the American national team, looking to have opportunities for guests to come to our facility. A lot of those guests are tied with other companies, some of which require that we have the amenities that they're accustomed to. And so we keep bringing international and regional spotlight to the city of Southgate. And we shouldn't, and we don't think we're being punished for that, but this is what we want to continue to bring to the city of Southgate is this level of exposure and notoriety to the city of Southgate through our facility. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we talked a lot about, children and alcohol. Again, I just point out to some very known places. Disneyland serves alcohol, Dave & Buster's, Silver Lake Sports Complex, Big League Dreams. These are places where kids are aplenty, that kids are running around. And these are all well-recognized national and some international brands. So we are equipped to handle this. We have shown through our track record and our ABC license record and our city record that we are capable of handling this type of activity on our site. And we're asking this council not to condemn us before giving us the opportunity, particularly with the conditions of approval at your disposal. Next slide. Again, we have a proven track record of no violations. All of our employees are TIPS and RBS trained, and we take the service of alcoholic beverages, as we do everything in our business, very, very seriously. Next slide, please. So this is just a list of the other licensed locations that we have. Covina looks like a misprint on there, but we have Alameda, Upland, Rancho Cucamonga, and Covina, all of which have operated without incidents, without issues with the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control. All of that is available on the public portal, but not a single violation in any of these locations. And we have an amazing relationship with every city that we're in because of what we do. Next slide, Madam Clerk. The one thing I want to emphasize is that the license itself, other than the CUP conditions, is very, very, very regulated. And so it's not just the city that has teeth or eyes over us. People will be able to call the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, who take these things very, very seriously. And our goal is to provide safety, responsibility, and security to the area. And so these are some of the things that we do. A little bit repetitive, so I don't want to really go down through that. But again, we have taken into account everything that we heard that requires a response. I mean, there's certain things about people's pasts and alcoholism and a certain sect of people that I'm just not going to comment on. But we have been in this business for years, and we know how to regulate not only our employees, but our customers that come into the facility. Again, the case study, I think the most applicable case study is a neighboring city, the city of Covina. You heard Victor Linares speak. You also have in your package a letter from the chief of police, which I know that our chief knows. He's retired now. You have a letter from the city manager's office. I would ask you how many times you've had this kind of support or people showing up to support a project from other cities in which the use is actually operating and running. So again, I'm asking you to look at proof. We're asking you to look at facts and evidence and not misinformation, fear, and respectfully opinions regarding the park or alcohol in general. This location should be given the fair opportunity, and you have the hammer and the tools to take it from us if and when we go outside the line. These are just the letters. They're within your packet. So again, those letters were part of the Planning Commission presentation. And we've submitted this rather than reading them into the record, which I'm happy to do, but to save you the time. It's a letter from Christopher Marcello, the city manager, Victor Linares, the mayor pro tem, and David Parvero, the chief of police at the time, in 2024 when we started this project. Next slide, please. We touched on this a little bit. You know, we have upcoming International World Soccer. Soccer continues to grow in the United States, and the FIFA World Cup is coming to North America. We're very excited about that. And so we're seeing a real opportunity for continued growth of soccer in our communities, particularly in Southgate. And we want to expand our offerings in that realm. We could have come and asked in 2010, 2011, 12, 13, 14. We didn't. We wanted to entrench ourselves in this community and be a fabric of this community before we asked for this. And so I think that goes to show the level of commitment that these applicants have, is that this wasn't something that although they had them when they came here, They waited a significant period of time before they made the request so that they were fully entrenched within the community before making the request. We wanted them to know who we were, right? We wanted them to come to our facility. And so I think, again, we've been here since 2010. So we waited a significant period of time to make the request before you this evening or before the Planning Commission. So we've partnered with the Chamber of Commerce, the Youth Commission Raising, partnering with Computar, Tweedy Elementary, and many more. Our level of community commitment is quite frankly incredible. It's part of the fabric of what we are. We're not just a soccer facility. We're not just a restaurant. We are a integral part of the communities that we make ourselves part of. And this is basically, a snapshot of some of the things and some of the people that we've partnered with in your community. Next slide. Perfect. So that being said, I would like to go through some of the conditions. I'm sorry if I'm going a little long, but if you could please pull up the proposed conditions that were approved by the Planning Commission. I'd like to just point out a few of those on the record because I think it's important that it's set forth and we can talk about it. Condition number 8, no alcoholic beverages, including beer and wine, shall be sold from the premises for off-site premises consumption. Again, the added condition of the distinct cups also couples with that condition to ensure that that doesn't happen. That is also, not only would it be a violation of our conditional use permit, but it would be a violation of business and profession code, subjecting us to revocation and or administrative action against the license. Number 11, the validity of this permit shall be conditioned on compliance with all state regulations and conditions, tying back into the business and profession code. Number 14, all alcoholic beverage sales, offerings, and consumption shall be conducted completely within the enclosed building and permitted outdoor patio seating area for on-sale uses. One more condition I'd like to add is that the patio that's on the plans will be, there will be a 36-inch high barrier around that patio to more fully enclose the patio space. So that's actually a requirement from ABC. So if we'd like to add that condition, we will also put a 36-inch high barrier around the patio space. Number 17, the permittee shall acknowledge that the city has specifically reserved the right and authority to impose sanctions, including suspension or revocation of the permit, as a consequence of just one or more violations of state rules or regulations concerning the sale to or consumption of alcoholic beverages to a minor. Number 18, the permit shall be subject to compliance review of the property and permit conditions at Planning Commission established intervals. The first compliance review shall be at 6 months of the permit, of the approval of this permit. I would ask you, how many restaurants have you approved that condition exists? Was it a condition that was approved on the Target tasting? I mean, these are conditions, again, that are up and beyond, and we've agreed to these conditions up and beyond because we are so confident that our operations are going to be seamless and compliant that we don't have a problem coming back in 6 months. We don't have a problem coming back 6 months after that. So we're, again, adding these conditions and, again, giving you an additional avenue to protect the city and the constituents if something went wrong. Number 21, the permit shall, after notice to the permittee and opportunity to be heard, be subject to additional conditions to maintain or remedy land use compatibility, security, or crime control issues that have arisen since the issuance of the permit. Number 23, all alcoholic beverage sales, offerings, and consumption shall be prohibited on the playing fields and areas adjacent to the playing fields. 26, the permittee shall post on-premise signs within and throughout the facility that meaningfully advise permittees patrons that they must not loiter after permittees scheduled hours of operation and leave 30 minutes after closing. I'm paraphrasing that one. Number 29, the city's director of Parks and Recreation If he believes that the sale of alcoholic beverages pursuant to the permit is creating a risk, he can again call us in. We can modify conditions. Such modifications may include changing the hours, adding security personnel when alcohol is served, or any other changes acceptable by the director and permittee. Nothing in this condition waives the city's rights under the other conditions. So it's an additional step that can be done. It's not exclusive, an exclusive remedy, in other words. The community development director, another a party, is authorized to make minor modifications to the preliminary plans and to the conditions if such conditions achieve substantially the same results in strict compliance placed on these placed plans and conditions. Excuse me. 32, violations of or non-compliance with any of these conditions shall constitute grounds for revocation of this permit. Number 34, if the applicant for this permit, the application for a permit, or any conditions of this permit violate the zoning code or do not fulfill the intent of the code, the planning commission shall, following a public hearing, be authorized to take the following action: revoke the permit, impose additional conditions, and this will remain revocable by the planning commission and the city council. Right? So those are just the real high level highlights of the conditions that are placed. And so when you talk about how do we address the community's concerns, I'm not sure what more we can do other than what we're offering. We're offering those additional 6 volunteered conditions, which would bring it to a total of 52 conditions for this operation, plus the conditions that will be placed by the alcoholic beverage control. Look, folks, you know, at the end of the day, you have an operation that has been in your community now for 15 years. For 15 years, they have operated, and we'll scratch out COVID, because there was a mask issue then, but like with many other places, has operated without incidents, without police problems, without code enforcement violations, without violating the terms of their lease, and a community partner. You have every city department and staff that's here in support of the project. You have 52 conditions. You have the ability to do what is necessary if we don't comply. We're asking for this business who is looking forward to continuing to improve and invest in this community, the chance that we believe it has garnered, I don't want to say deserved, but garnered through the actual actions and dedication and contributions that it's made to the city of Southgate. We can't control people that are drunk drivers outside of our control. We can't control some of these statements. What we can control is our operations, and we have and we will here in the city of Southgate. Other than that, you know, I think the administrative record is fairly clear on how this was handled. We would like to sincerely give our appreciation for not only you for listening to us this evening and giving us a fair consideration, but also to the city staff. Rodrigo's worked diligently with us, the director of Parks and Recs, the police department, city attorney's office, the city manager's office, the city clerk. We really are appreciative of all of the assistance and support as we work through this process. We are obviously prepared for any eventuality, but we're hoping that facts and evidence and reasonableness prevail this evening, and decisions are not made from emotion or fear, rather what we've showed you and what we will continue to show you. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Louis Gerber, who's the principal representative from SoFi directly. He has a few words he would like to share, and then, of course, we'll be ready for any questions that you may have, if that's okay. Thank you so much. Sorry it was a little long-winded. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I will be much shorter. So,
Can you please state your name
yes,
and
my name
address
is
for the record?
Yes, my name is Luis Gerbier. I'm the Chief Hospitality Officer of SO5. Honorable Mayor Davila, Vice Mayor Barron, and esteemed council members, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to stand before you today. It is with great respect and appreciation that we present our request for beer and wine license here in this wonderful city. From day one, we have been committed to listening to every council members, every planning commissioner, every resident, every department of the city, every customer and community leader who has shared their thoughts with us. We have taken that feedback seriously, integrating it into what we believe is the most comprehensive and responsible operational plan possible. We recognize the challenge the community faces, and we're not here to add to them. We are here to be part of the solution. We are experienced professional operators with a proven track record across our 3 locations in Los Angeles that are licensed, our location in San Francisco, and in 10 other states, we hold liquor licenses with an unblemished history, 0 violation, 0 infraction. That is not by accident. I want to highlight this. This is not by accident. This is a result of strict policies, rigorous training, and a deep-rooted commitment to responsibility. Our recent success in Covina serves as a testament to our approach. Since our establishment was granted a beer and wine license, the surrounding environment has seen less tailgating, a safer atmosphere, and a control setting that prevents underage drinking and alcohol abuse. That is the success we envision for Southgate. We are simply asking for an opportunity to open a restaurant, serve beer and wine like any other restaurant in the city. An opportunity to serve great food, provide a safe and enjoyable experience, and contribute positively to the community. Thank you for your time and consideration. We look forward to the opportunity to earn your trust and support.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimonial. Okay, at this time, do you have any further comments that you would like to say?
No, other than just on, no, I don't. If there's any questions that you folks have, we're certainly want to answer those, and we would expect some conditions.
Thank you. At this time, council, do you have any comments, or do you want to wait until after? Okay, so at this time, and just for consideration,
Madam Mayor, just for the record.
For the record.
Mr. Ayaz, you've completed your presentation.
Well, I mean, to the extent that
Yes, subject to any
can-
questions.
Well, subject to also responding to any public comments.
Well, you won't have that opportunity. You'll have to be, your presentation is here.
Okay.
If the council wants you to respond to questions from the public, you'll be
Well-
given that opportunity, but I just want to make sure the record is clear. You've completed your presentation.
Can I ask you a question sidebar?
Yes, but why don't we do this?
All I want to know is you have received my letter that I emailed you at 3:30.
Your letter is part of the file.
The
Yes.
record.
Yes.
Okay, and so is the rejection of the proposition.
Yes.
Okay, very well. Then no, I have nothing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as I was mentioning, and I thank you all for standing up, but at this point, we are going to be taking a 10-minute recess just to give our translator, because she's, okay, our translator the courtesy to rest her voice, because she's been translating since the beginning. So 10-minute recess. Thank you. So we can go ahead and start. Can I have everybody please quiet down? Thank you. Thank you. So we can go ahead and start the comments from the audience. Okay, our first speaker, please come up. The one in the middle. You got 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jesus Huerta. I live in 9822 Pinehurst Avenue, Southgate, right in front of the park. And reason that I'm here is because I wanted to participate in this kind of session. I deeply respect all of you, the police department, all of the departments. I do really respect them.
Can you hold on a second, please?
Should I stop or continue?
No, you're going to start all over.
Okay.
We'll start all over. Okay. We're good, city clerk? Okay, go ahead. You're going to
Again.
start all over.
My name, Jesus Huerta. I live in Pinehurst Avenue, 9822 Pinehurst Avenue. It's in front of the park. And I've been running in that park for 42 years. Probably you weren't even born. Because you're very young to me. I'm 75. I'm 75 years old, almost 76. And I've had the opportunity to talk to some of you that you're very quality people. And this time I believe you're representing our feelings. We're happy that you're there. We vote for you. We want you to be there. We support you. And at this time we are defenseless if you do not help us. In first place, that gold's business, it's a big industry, obviously, generates a lot of money. It's a good industry. But a park should be a public place for all the residents in Southgate. My children, myself, my family, my grandchildren, my son, everybody lives in the park. It's a good park. And now it's more beautiful because Mr. Jill is watching the fences in all of the baseball fields. Beautiful. Congratulations. So the point is, alcohol is not a friend. Looks like an angel, smells like an angel, feels like an angel, but it's the devil. It's addictive, and I say it because I do work in the addictions department. I am a counselor that worked for the federal probation for 21 years. I know what alcohol does. I do not want to mention all of the other drugs. There's plenty. Actually, the government is fighting for drug abuse. But alcohol is a drug. It's legal, like weed. It's okay, it's legal. But how many people are suffering because of the abuse? How many family members you may have that are living the drama of a deadly addiction? Very addictive. So at this point, it's a good place to really have the sensibility to think about the community. We are a big community. The city of Southgate, it's been a city of pride because all of you, since Henry Gonzalez and all of the others, I've known.
Okay, your time
I've
is
known
up.
a lot of them. So hopefully, no more enlargement of the gold business because in the short term, they're going to take half of it, if
Okay.
not all of it. I won't have a place to run. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Francisco Gallegos. I live in Southgate, and I know I won't have the same time as the attorney had for his beautiful presentation, but I bring with you common sense. I know that they had a very, very beautiful presentation that you guys listened to. Please use your common sense. Do not allow these individuals to come to our community and add to the poison already. The attorney himself said that they're not responsible for the 96 acres of the park, only a small portion, and they're not responsible for what happens, but they're certainly going to add to the problem. They're not going to make it better. That is a fact. SoFi is interested in getting their $9 million investment back. He said, we're here for the money that the revenue that the alcohol is going to bring. That was clear. They can't dispute that. The fact that they're comparing our community to other communities like Covina insults me. I've lived here 50 years. Every community is different. I wish I lived in Covina or in Rancho. Those are beautiful communities like this one, but they don't struggle with everything that we struggle with. We're struggling with drug addiction, you name it. Adding alcohol to the mix is just not going to be good, no matter how much the cost is. If you guys are afraid or somehow tethered to making this work for them because of revenue, don't sell out our community for the money. Let's find other ways to make money. Gosh, you guys can't give us the opportunity. It's obvious that they came prepared with an attorney. We're just residents. Nobody's more qualified to tell you what's best for our community than the people that entrusted you to be up there in power. We are your constituents. We are who we voted for you. I voted for you, Mayor. I really did. I did. And I know that it's in you to make this happen. Please show our community that you care for us by not allowing this. I'm a grandfather now. My family here, my grandkids live here now. I don't want to go anywhere else. I want to stay in Southgate. I love Southgate, but I need your help, and I'm going to continue to come here to try to help in any which way to make our community better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eddie Rivas. I'm on Orange Avenue. And I feel like the attorney, I was going to talk about this, but I feel like the attorney was saying, I'm rational and all the citizens are emotional, ignorant people, is what I got from what he said. I just want to lay down some facts that I feel like the attorney didn't talk about. So one of the things that they control 6% of the park, but they also control 100% of the alcohol selling if they get the permit. So another thing, what happens, a fact is if someone drinks at SoFi, you can take away the beverage, but you cannot remove the alcohol that's in their body. So the fact is that they're going to get out of SoFi intoxicated or under the influence to some extent. They cannot control that. They made it very clear that they're putting all their efforts into the things that happen within SoFi. They are right. They can't control what happens at the park. And therein lies the problem. And he kept saying that they are not the park. If I remember correctly, to get into SoFi, I need to go into the park parking lot. I need to drive into the park parking lot. So I don't see how he's saying that they're not part of the park. Another thing, the attorney made it seem that, and I think that they have projects that they want to continue to construct amenities at the park. And it feels like one of the contingencies is that they sell alcohol. If I had a good friend and I was helping them, and then I say, hey, friend, you know how I've been helping you the past few years? Well, guess what? If you want me to help you the next 5 years, I want you to drink some alcohol. I don't think it's correct. If they want to continue to support our community and they really love our community, I think they should build the amenities in spite of not selling alcohol. I don't think it should be a part of the contract. I feel like it's an unveiled threat, and I don't appreciate it. Also, these people are flesh and blood. They are not pieces of paper. I don't know how these petitions, what context these petitions were actually filled out. I understand the context of this location. These people are here sacrificing their time, their busy time, and they are not pieces of paper. They are actually here making the time and sacrificing their time to show how they feel. And I believe me, the majority are against this. I voted for every single one of you guys. I like you guys. And I really hope that you soften your hearts and you hear us for what we're telling you. I understand that each one of you brings a different perspective to every decision making, and I appreciate that. And I want you guys to help us out because we're here. Listen to us. This is not a difficult decision.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. There's no.
Good evening,
clapping.
Jesus
Thank-
Miranda.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Jesus Miranda, 8466 San Vicente. I've been living here for 45 years, and the gentleman just made a presentation. He brought everything from Covina. They forgot the priest from Covina, but it's okay. We don't need the priest in here. Please, you start approving this spent alcohol and the 221. Yeah, December 9, the 221, you approved the use alcohol in the park, except Mr. Baron. I'm right? Do I'm right? Yes. Oh, wait, I don't know how many people attending this meeting knows about it. And the other thing is, I want to know, if I can ask the chief, how many police officers is patrolling our city now? Can I ask you?
You can ask questions. You
Okay,
have- It's
I
just
know,
your
I know how many
comments.
there are. I'm gonna give you the credit not to say. I know that this is gonna happen. But we don't have the police patrol, the people here, president, think we have. We barely, no police officers in the city. Barely. I never see patrol cars in my neighborhood. The only police cars I see is in Firestone Boulevard, Tweedy Boulevard, Long Beach Boulevard. No more patrolling. That's it. And I'm very frustrated, and hopefully you guys, you council members, respect our citizens, not to let these people allowed to sell alcohol in the park. Please, please, please. And I can say a lot of more things, but I want to have a respect for you guys. I have a big mouth, but I want to shut my mouth this time because I want to have feelings, especially for you guys. And thank you, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miranda.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
My name is Jose Sendejas. I'm in 43 years in this city. My address is 10207 Pinehurst Avenue. And I run at the park every night or five days a week. And if you go at this time, you'll see tons of people running. And I just want you to think, imagine if somebody comes out of the SoFi with a few drinks and hit one of your family members. How will you feel? The Southgate Park is being known for the most beautiful parks around the city. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Mayor Davila and members of the City Council. My name is Andrew Correa from Cypress Avenue, and I have the honor of serving as class president of Legacy Visual and Performing Arts High School and a member of the LAUSD Superintendent Student Advisory Council. I stand before you here today to represent the voices of the young people in our community. I am firmly opposed to the proposal to allow the sale of alcohol at Southgate Park. Parks are meant to be safe, welcoming spaces where families and youth can gather, play, and connect with one another. Introducing alcohol into the environment directly undermines this purpose and threatens the safety and well-being of our community, especially the youth. The young people of today are the leaders of tomorrow, and their health and safety should be top priority not only to you guys, but to all of our community. It is your responsibility to ensure that Southgate remains a safe, nurturing space for all. Allowing alcohol in the parks could expose our youth to harmful substances and negative influences, which could have lasting effects in our community. As our city mayor and council members, we ask you to make a decision that prioritizes the well-being of our community and a decision that preserves Southgate Park as a family-friendly, alcohol-free zone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rufino Franco. I'm currently the general manager at the Covina Center. I've been there since we opened back in 2018, and I was working hand in hand with the city and all the members to actually get the license back a few years back. But I'm here to state the facts. I'm Latino myself. I worked as a manager at the Southgate location. I played at the Southgate location for many years growing up, and I'm here to spit the facts. I'm there 50 plus hours a week. I run the day-to-day from the bar all the way to the check-ins, to every single hiring staff, to every single certification of every employee. And I can tell you that I've been through this at Covina. We had residents that came up that had lots of concerns, just like now. But we were given the chance. We were given the chance with the conditions that at any point, even now, they could step in and take our license away if it's not strictly followed. But I can tell you this, as someone that's in the front line there in person with SoFi, can tell you that we have measures in place to prevent these concerns and these issues. You know, everything from the bag check, for the high-tech security system that we have, the ID machine that we have on site, the special wristbands that we have on site. If we sell a picture, it's not, how many cups would you like? No, it's actually, everyone that needs a cup has to come up and I got to see an ID and we got to put that wristband on you. And most importantly, I think is a designated area. You know, we have our inside cafe and like a small little patio area, very similar to what the Southgate plan is. And we have a monitor. We have a monitor because we had the issue of like the tailgating in our parking lot. We actually have homes that are closer to the location from the drinking location to residential homes. And then we have a school that we share the parking lot with. We have a school that's 30 yards away. And I tell you to this day, and I knock on wood, we've had zero issues. I think that's why we were able to get the chief of police to give that recommendation. And we're very vigilant because, again, one slip up, one mistake can cost us a lot. But we were given the opportunity to do it. There's 52 conditions, which is, you know, it is what it is in the sense of like, hey, it's going to be even a bigger loop, kind of like looking it over, but that's fair. You know, all we're asking for is the opportunity to be able to have that amenity. Because I'm a soccer dad myself. I've gone to Silver Lakes. I've played at Big League Dreams. My kid currently plays at all those places. And there's nothing wrong with me having one beer while he plays the game and then we go home. So again, I stand here as a frontline worker, just asking for that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Ricardo Flores. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I came before you this evening not only as an individual who enjoys playing soccer, but also as a fellow Southgate resident. I've lived here for 10 plus years. I never had an issue with SoFi. I go there with my family and friends all the time. We enjoy playing games, and I fully support their decision to sell alcohol and they'll safely operate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel Carrera, and I'm a Southgate resident as well. I've been growing up going to Southgate my whole life. It's been really amazing to be there, be happy to be a family-friendly environment. Playing volleyball and other things. I remember when Goals was there, and it was a great space. I think the way it is, bringing in people who want to play in the community and keeping it for our youth to have a safe place to be able to engage in healthy spaces. I think that's how it should remain. And I want to just say I'm against the sale of alcohol in the park. And I hope that you all please stand with the community. As you can see, the overarching support for the banning, for not allowing the sales of alcohol in our community. And I hope you all stand with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Olivia Quijano. I live at 9604 Pinehurst Avenue in front of Southgate, I'm in front of SoFi, parking lot number 2. Now, like I said, I've lived there for 45 years. And SoFi, and before that, Gold's, has been a nuisance. Now, they're open until 11 o'clock at night. When they close, the people from SoFi, they come out to the parking lot, they race, they're very dangerous. And if we sell alcohol at SoFi, it's going to be even worse. They're a nuisance. It's a safety issue. that I'm concerned about: safety for the public, safety for our children. And we do not have enough park security, park patrol. Now, I've called directly to the Assistant Park Director, Mr. Macy, and I've complained to him, please give us more security, more park security at 11 o'clock when they close SoFi. But I was told that there are people that don't even want to apply for the position as a security patrol person. Now, and that's because of their own safety. Now, I also, of course, I'm against the sale of alcohol at the park. The other thing I'm opposed to is the rezoning of the Southgate Park area. Now, the reason for the rezoning is so SoFi can bring in alcohol into our district. Now, the city has failed to notify all of the residents in writing of their plan to rezone areas around the Southgate Park so SoFi can sell their alcohol. Now, like I said, I received a letter, but it didn't say anything about the rezoning. There was no map indicating which area that this rezoning will affect. I didn't see anything about the rezoning until tonight when the gentleman presented the map. So I live right in front of the park and it's going to affect me. Now, the problem is the city has also failed in writing a map, like I said, of the rezoning. And also the city needs to provide more transparency to all the residents of Southgate. Now, I have several friends that live in Southgate. Only the people in the rezoning area receive the letter regarding the meetings, regarding the rezoning, and we need transparency. We need all of the residents to receive a letter regarding the rezoning. And the reason the majority of the people are here is because of word of mouth. We're not, all of the residents aren't getting the information. And the other thing is, I'm requesting the city of Southgate, like I said, to notify all the residents in the community of the issues that are related to all of us. Now, this issue affects all of the community, not just the people in the map, not just the people in the rezoning. So I'm requesting, like I said, transparency. Please let us all know. When we have a community issue, please let us all know. And the bottom line is, I want to remain at my house. I'm going to give the house to my son.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Your time
Okay,
is up.
and thank you for
Thank
listening
you.
to me.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Leo Poldo Quijano, and I've been living across the street from the park since the SoFi parcel was an archery range. They eventually had to get rid of it because joggers were getting shot. It was directly and physically dangerous, so it was removed. They didn't mix archery and alcohol back then, of course, but SoFi wants to combine alcohol with another lethal weapon, cars. Now, I can't filibuster like the lawyers can, but let me do my best. First and foremost, if you're making money from the blood and sweat of our community, then you better believe you're responsible for the drugs you sell to them. You are in our community. This isn't you. This isn't your happy hour dive. You sought out a park to establish your business. It didn't become a park after you got there. You knew alcohol has never been allowed in our park, yet you thought if you were patient and waited a respectable amount of time, that you could just pay to have a law rescinded just for you if you promise to bring in more revenue. That's what's called a long con. You can't wash your hands of the issues that are already created by your business just because you declared out loud that it's not your problem. The alcohol you just sold a person with potential substance abuse issues is still in their body and affecting their blood alcohol content when they get in their cars and speed off into our streets. This irresponsible type of speaking of "we were just doing our jobs" has led to business owners losing their alcohol licenses and bartenders being sued and or given jail time for being responsible for giving a person with substance abuse issues more than they were able to handle. This country doesn't work on people checking on each other every day to see if they have too much. They check to see if their money is green. By inviting alcohol into the park itself, you're inviting the alcoholic logic that there are no checks and balances when the masses are all doing the same thing. In 2024, about 28 people died each day in the United States due to drunk driving, which is about one person every 52 minutes. This amounts to roughly 10,000 deaths per year. 1,300 of those deaths were in California alone. Alcohol is a psychotropic central nervous system depressant. Being a psychotropic drug means alcohol has an impact on cognition, emotions, and perception, the three main things that one must maintain for sanity and or compliance. Oh, lost my space. Okay, where are we? These three things are already impaired after just one beer. Tell a Southgate police officer that you had just one and see if he lets you slide or to step out of your vehicle and walk the line. Does any person who drinks even socially just have one beer? This in itself negates your vague argument that permits that parents just want a few beers while their kids are playing soccer. They plan on driving with children in their cars while being impaired by your product. We must ask ourselves, is this the kind of city we want to live in? A community where alcohol is seen as a solution to stress, loneliness, or celebration? Or do we want to build a community that has values, health, and resilience? I went over to speak with the manager at 6:30 p.m. the other night about the issue I've had from kids from SoFi kicking my door in, and the kids running the counter said that there wasn't one there. You're a guest in Southgate.
Thank you.
You don't own the land. You're renting it, colonizing it. We are your landlords. Act accordingly.
Time's up. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Matthew Maximo. I live in Southgate, and I've lived here all my life. I've seen the park. I've loved the park, and I'm not a part of alcohol being in our community. I'd never want that in a community. I think that alcohol will bring nothing but issues, and I feel safe in the park right now. So I don't know why we would bring something like alcohol into the park. I think that they say that it's based on common sense about alcohol, but if we're really talking about common sense, why would we bring alcohol when it can cause problems like deaths, I can't. I'm not a.
Take your time. You're doing great.
That's it.
Thank you. That.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Katy Mesa.
Do you need a translation? Okay. City Clerk.
Para poder traducirle
Hold on
me tiene
hold
que
on a
dar
second.
pausa, por favor. Adelante. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Katy Mesa.
Are we ready? Give me a second, Kathy. Ready? Go ahead.
Good evening, my name is Catherine Mesa. Como mencionó el pastor, queremos que Dios les dé sabiduría para escuchar a la comunidad. As the pastor mentioned, we want you to have wisdom so that you can take a decision based on the community. Y decidir lo mejor para nuestra comunidad. And decide what's best for our community. Todo el plan que se presentó del SoFi está perfecto, excepto la parte de vender alcohol. The whole plan that was presented by SoFi was great, except the sales of alcohol part. Y nada de lo que se mencionó va a cambiar nuestra decisión. And nothing that was presented will change our mind. Yo no tengo un abogado que me represente. I don't have an attorney representing me. Porque para eso están ustedes. Because you're here for that. Palabras de María Dávila. In words of María Dávila. Nosotros trabajamos para ustedes, entonces haga su trabajo. We work for you, therefore do your job.
Okay, there's no clapping. And you can use your hands. Yeah, you can do this, but no clapping. We just want to make sure that it gets recorded. There you go.
Estamos aquí para prevenir una tragedia. We are here to prevent a tragedy. Barrón y Hurtado, los he visto muy activos en TikTok. Barrón and Hurtado, I have seen you very active in TikTok. Deberían de hacer videos que informen a la comunidad sobre estos temas. You should be doing videos that inform the community about these kind of subjects. Tal vez se pueden hacer virales. Maybe they'll become viral.
Y invertir sus ganancias de TikTok en centros recreativos para la comunidad.
And invest your earnings in recreational centers for the community.
Estoy trabajando con un grupo de más de 100 residentes
I'm working with a group of more than 100 residents
para saber más sobre el proceso de destitución o recall para los concejales.
to find out more information about a recall process for the council members.
Está diciendo que no va a vender alcohol en el parque, va a vender alcohol en nuestra comunidad.
There's being said that they are not going to be selling alcohol in our community. Well, there will be sales of alcohol in our community.
¿Y cuál salida cree que va a tomar las personas que salgan de su establecimiento?
What exit do you think they'll be taking out of their establishment into our community?
¿Tendrá túneles o tal vez helicópteros?
Are they going to be doing tunnels or helicopters?
Si no puedes controlar lo que pasa afuera del parque,
If you cannot control what happens on the exterior of the park,
no contribuyas con tu 7% para dañarlo más.
don't then contribute to damaging it more.
With your 7%.
There you go.
Lo que dijo la persona de Covina, aquí no importa.
What was said by the person in Covina is not important here.
Importa lo que la comunidad está diciendo.
What's important is what our community is saying.
El mensaje está claro, no queremos alcohol.
The message is clear. We don't want alcohol.
Todos esos emails que presentaron no tienen el valor que las personas que estamos esta noche aquí.
All those emails presented do not have the value of all of us being present here tonight.
Si los niños y la juventud no tocan su corazón, no sé de qué están hechos.
If the kids here tonight do not touch your hearts, I don't know what you're made of.
No necesitamos 3 meses, ni 6 meses, ni un año de prueba. La respuesta es no queremos alcohol.
We don't need 3 months or 6 months or a year. The answer is we don't want alcohol.
Y no tiene que tener más valor la voz de un abogado que la voz de la comunidad.
And it doesn't have to be more valuable, the voice of a lawyer, than the voice of the community.
En todo lo que él habló, no escuché ninguna parte donde mencionara
In everything that he spoke, I did not hear one thing that he mentioned.
de qué manera positiva va a contribuir la venta de alcohol a nuestra comunidad.
Of one thing that is going to be positive influence of the sales of alcohol in our community.
Si quiere seguir aportando a nuestra comunidad, que lo haga con el deporte, no con el alcohol.
If he wants to continue bettering our community, then let it be with sports, not with alcohol.
Y lo que dijo que estábamos presentando solo mala información,
And what he said about the fact that we're presenting nothing but emotional information,
misinformation, estamos hablando con hechos.
we are speaking with facts.
No vive ellos aquí, nosotros sí.
They don't live in our community. We do.
Entonces, como les mencioné la vez pasada, si ustedes 5
As I mentioned the last time, if you 5
no están listos para escuchar a la comunidad,
are not ready to listen to the community,
tengan dignidad y dejen esa silla.
then have dignity and leave that seat.
Madam Mayor, just for the record,
Yes.
the speaker was allowed additional time because she's being translated. And
Yes.
so that's why she was afforded more time, but it's otherwise 3 minutes
Yes,
if there's no translation. Thank
yes,
you.
thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Miranda and I live in Southgate. And as a child, I am very concerned about the idea of alcohol being sold in the park. From a child's point of view, alcohol should not be sold in the park because parks are places where everyone, including children, go to play and have fun. If alcohol is sold, people might be drunk or behaving strangely, which is scary. I like going to the park to run around, play with my friends, and be calm. But if people are around with alcohol, they might do bad things or get into fights. That is not safe or fun. Also, adults can behave irresponsibly, which can make us feel unsafe. Parks should be a place where we can have fun and not worrying about alcohol or people starting fights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Claudia Alemán y he vivido en la ciudad de Southgate por 24
¿Me da
años.
pausa, por favor, señora? ¿Puede empezar una vez más, por favor?
Ok. Mi nombre es Claudia Alemán
My name is Claudia Levan,
y he vivido en la ciudad de Southgate
and I've lived in the city of Southgate
por 24 años
for 24 years
y contando.
and more.
Ok. Para mí el alcohol y el deporte no van de la mano.
For me, sports and alcohol do not go hand by hand.
y nunca me había aventado un discurso tan largo como el del Señor.
And I had never heard a or a presentation as long as the gentleman's presentation.
Y con todo respeto, pero no soy su vecina.
And with all due respect, but I am not his neighbor.
SoFi es solamente un negocio para él.
SoFi is just a business for him.
Él dice que va a tener un control absoluto con toda la gente que va a tomar en su
He
establecimiento.
says that he will have an absolute control of the people that will be drinking in his establishment.
Pero su licor servido en sus vasos distinguidos
But his liquor that will be served in those distinguished cups
también va a dañar los sentidos de las personas que los beban.
will also affect the senses of the persons who will be drinking that.
El DMV tiene una regla
DNV has certain rules
que es gubernamental y muy concreta,
that is governmental and very concrete,
que los menores de 21 años
that all those under 21 years of age
deben que tener menos de el 0.01% en su sangre,
should have 0.0% of alcohol in their blood
refiriéndome a bebidas alcohólicas.
in reference to alcohol.
Y los mayores de 21, 0.08%.
And those over 21, 0.08.
Y es muy estricto con eso.
And that's very strict.
Y de ahí va a salir toda la gente con eso o con más de porcentaje en su
And
sangre.
from there, people will be leaving with that and a lot more in their blood system.
Y la policía que está para cuidarnos
And the Department of Police, who should be there to protect us,
se le va a pasar ahí todo el día
will be then having to control that
porque su alcohol
because the alcohol,
al salir de su establecimiento
when they leave their establishment,
va a estar en nuestras calles,
will be in our streets,
en nuestro vecindario,
in our neighborhoods,
alrededor de nuestros hijos,
around our kids.
y no es justo.
That's not fair.
Yo sé que ya está más que trillado que nosotros los pusimos ahí en esa silla,
I know that many people here have been saying that we placed you in those seats,
pero es la realidad.
but that is reality.
Los tenemos ahí
We have you there
para que nos representen.
to represent us.
Tuvimos que pagar o tuvieron que pagar porque no pude yo, pero
They
tuvieron
had
que
to
pagar
pay. They had to pay because I couldn't afford it.
una cantidad grande
A large amount of money
para poder poner este asunto en la agenda.
in order to put this matter in the agenda,
Y es dinero que no les sobra,
and it's money that we don't have,
que lo necesitan y que les costó mucho ganarlo.
that they need, and it was very difficult for them to earn that.
Él dijo que también pagaron una cantidad así para traer otra vez el asunto a la agenda.
He also said that they had to pay a lot of money to put this matter in the agenda,
Pero eso es como quitarle un pelo a un gato,
but that's like removing a hair from a cat,
no para nosotros.
not for us.
¿Ok? Yo quiero vivir en esta ciudad por mucho tiempo
I want to continue living in the city for many more years,
y quiero que sea segura.
and I want it to be safe.
No tenemos muchos policías
We don't have a lot
en
of
la
police
ciudad.
officers in the city,
Y si se la pasan en el SoFi todo el
but if
tiempo,
they spend the time there at SoFi,
¿quién nos va a cuidar?
who's going to take care of us?
Ahora, como le hemos dicho también muchas veces, ahí
As
está
we've
la
also
escuela
said many
enfrente.
times, the school is right there in front.
Y haciendo que el señor dice que SoFi no es del parque,
And when this man said that the SoFi is not from the park,
pero está en el parque.
but it is in the park.
Y nosotros no vamos a poder volar para no pasar por su espacio.
And we will not be able to fly in or fly out to not pass by their area.
Les voy a pedir, por favor,
I am asking you, please,
que regresen la dignidad a Southgate,
to return the dignity to Southgate,
que nos regresen la dignidad a nuestra comunidad,
to return the dignity to our community,
que nos represente dignamente.
to represent us with dignity.
El hecho de que ellos tengan mucho dinero
The fact that they have so much money
no nos va a sobajar.
that will not bring us down.
Somos grandes
We're great.
y todos juntos podemos salir adelante sin necesidad de sus grandes negocios.
And all of us together can come afloat and rise without their assistance.
Voy a hablar hasta el último minuto, ¿ok?
I'm going to talk up to the very last second.
Otra cosa,
Another thing,
de aquí para allá, todos
here
nos
to there.
representan.
you're all representing us.
Es una falta de atención y
It's,
de educación
it's a great lack of respect and education
que que algunos miembros estén en el teléfono mientras nosotros estamos hablando.
that some of the members are on the phone while we're talking.
Nosotros merecemos respeto.
We deserve respect.
No venimos a pedirles nada.
We are not here begging for
Nosotros
anything.
trabajamos y nos
We're-
merecemos ese respeto.
We work hard and we deserve that respect.
Por favor, apóyenos.
Please support us.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Faltaron 8.
Next,
I'm leaving
next
8 seconds.
speaker, please.
Mi nombre es Sandra Hernández
My name is Sandra Hernandez,
y vivo en Pinehurst Avenue en Southgate.
and I live on Pinehurst Avenue in Southgate.
He vivido aquí casi por 5 años.
I've lived here almost 5 years.
Escogí esta ciudad para vivir
I chose this city to live
porque creí que era segura y que ustedes que están aquí sentados podían representarnos dignamente.
because I thought this was a safe city and you all sitting there could represent us well.
Durante las elecciones anduve pidiendo apoyo por ustedes.
During your campaigns, I was requesting support for all of you,
Y ahora me siento defraudada y defraudé mucha gente.
and I am disappointed now, and I have disappointed a lot of other people.
El alcohol y el deporte no se llevan de la mano.
Alcohol and sports do not go hand by hand.
Yo soy hija de un alcohólico.
I am the daughter of an alcoholic.
Yo sé las consecuencias.
I know the consequences.
Yo las viví todas y las sigo viviendo.
I live them and continue living them.
Yo no quiero alcohol para mis hijos.
I don't want alcohol for my kids.
El 90% de accidentes
90% of accidents
de carro está involucrado el alcohol.
vehicles involve alcohol.
Yo no quiero salir a la calle con miedo.
I don't want to be out on my streets with fear.
Yo salgo a trabajar,
I go out to work,
salgo a estudiar,
to educate myself,
a recoger y a llevar a mis hijos a la escuela.
to bring and take my kids to school.
Yo no quiero que un borracho venga y me cause un accidente.
I don't want an intoxicated person to cause an accident with me.
El 90%, como ya lo mencioné, está involucrado el alcohol.
90%, like I said, involve alcohol of these accidents.
Y eso no es justo para las personas que no manejamos intoxicadas.
And that is not fair for those of us that drive without being intoxicated.
No me gusta el alcohol, ni siquiera el olor.
I don't like alcohol, not even how it smells.
Para el chief de la policía,
To the chief of police,
¿usted va a poner más personas, más policías a trabajar en nuestra comunidad?
will you then be putting out more officers to work in our community,
¿Pagados con nuestros propios impuestos?
paying them with our poor taxpayers' money?
¿Para que vengan unas personas desde London a poner sus negocios aquí en nuestra ciudad?
To support people that come from outside into our city?
Yo creo que eso no es lo correcto.
I don't think that's the correct thing.
Cuando necesitamos algo de la policía,
When we need something from the police department,
debido a que tienen muy poco personal
due to the fact that they have very little personnel
o muy pocos fondos,
or very little funds,
ellos tardan en llegar a lo sucedido.
it takes them a long time to arrive when an incident happens.
Ahora, ¿qué va a pasar? Ahora que estoy segura que va a haber más problemas.
What will then happen? Because I'm sure more incidents will continue happening with this.
Yo estoy segura que a ninguno de ustedes que están de aquí para allá les gustaría que alguien venga y les quite un familiar directo.
I am sure that none of you that are from here to over there would appreciate this happening or something happening to any of your loved ones.
No sé si vieron las noticias del sargento de la policía que mató a una persona.
I
Era
don't
un,
know if you saw in the news that there was a sergeant who killed a person.
era un jovencito como de 18 años con todo un futuro por delante.
It was a young person of 18 years old with a future, a bright future ahead of him.
Ese sargento ya tenía un DUI.
That sergeant already had a DUI.
Aparte de que lo atropelló, tuvo el descaro de largarse.
Not only did he run him over, but he also did a hit and run.
Y aparte, a los 3 días se presentó muy campante a trabajar.
And 3 days later, presented himself just with no concern at work.
Si eso lo hace una persona que está en cargo de la seguridad de todos nosotros,
If that makes him someone that's in charge to protect us,
¿qué se espera de nosotros que no nos comportamos alcoholizados?
what can we expect those of us that are not intoxicated?
La ley es cero tolerancia.
The law is zero tolerance.
Si yo me tomara una cerveza y me para un policía y le digo que me la tomé en SO5, no me va a abstener de darme un ticket.
If I drink a beer and I tell him that I had it at SoFi, he's not gonna not give me a ticket.
Si ellos quieren poner un negocio,
If they want to open a business,
que lo pongan en otro lugar, pero no en el parque.
let them put that somewhere else, not in the park.
Hay muchos lugares baldíos allá por la Rayo.
There's a lot of places on Rayo Avenue.
Si la gente realmente tiene ganas de tomar, hasta allá los van a seguir.
If people want to drink, they will follow them there.
Yo no estoy de acuerdo en que vendan alcohol en el parque.
I don't approve of or in support. I am not in support of alcohol sales in the park.
Cuando ustedes están en campaña,
When you are all in a campaign,
díganos eso. No nos vamos a representar y vamos a tomar nuestras propias decisiones.
tell us that we are not going to represent you and we're going to make our own decisions,
Porque sus decisiones tienen que estar basadas en lo que dice la comunidad.
because your decisions have to be based on what the community says.
Yo quiero seguir viviendo en Southgate.
I want to continue living in Southgate.
Quiero vivir segura
I want to live safe
y quiero vivir sin alcohol.
and without alcohol.
Porque ya viví 36 años de mi vida con
Because
alcohol
I lived 36 years of my life already with alcohol.
y yo no quiero que mi comunidad y mis hijos sigan lo mismo.
And I don't want that my community and my kids live with that as well.
Estoy tratando muy duro para quebrar el círculo.
I am trying very hard to break that circle.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members.
Can you
staff.
pull up the mic so we
sure.
can hear you? Yes.
My name is Rigoberto Gonzalez. I live across the street from the park. I know that they said that they send out flyers, notice about this. I never got it. Okay. I'm pretty sure everyone that's been up here to vote against it or say their words that they just don't want alcohol at the park. All I can do is repeat what they said is we got people that are just going to end up drinking. They're going to step out, whether they're walking, whether they're driving, alcohol is going to be in their system. Inviting alcohol in, it's going to attract more people that like to drink and abuse it. The park already has problems with alcohol. There's fires that can't be put out. All this is going to do is add gas to the flame. That's it. So I hope you guys do listen to everyone that has something to say over here and make a proper decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Ross Crichton. I'm the West Coast Regional Director for SoFi Soccer Centres. I understand this part of tonight is for the public and we want to hear their opinion and we really do respect it. But I also wanted to give my opinion as I work inside of Southgate location, inside the centre, and I'm in the park most days, morning and night. A little bit too much, if you ask me. I was part of the process in 2022. The first time it was denied, which was understandable when we reflected back on it. We didn't let people know who we were, what we were, and the comments we had, people didn't even know what was going on inside of SoFi. So this time around, we wanted to be way more open doors, a bit more upfront of who we are, what we do. We showed all our safety measures, and we think that's made a real difference this year. Which was why it was approved in the first place. One of the concerns I wanted to address has been brought up by the people for and against us is the issue of trash and tailgating in the parking lot, which I do see because I'm there nearly every single morning. I'm the first person there, probably 8 a.m., 8:30 when the parking lot's empty. So I do see boxes in the trash, which sometimes I'm clearing up on my own. I don't want to go on too much about Covina. We've heard a lot about it, and the reason that's being brought up so much is that is a great case study of what we've done for the community there, what we've done for the local area in that specific area with the issue of trash tailgating, and it's got 10 times better from what it was before, which we're really proud of. And as you heard before, that is a great case study of what has been shown there. I also wanted to address the comments and questions about why alcohol is available at a soccer facility, given that it's a sports environment. Socializing after a game is a long-standing tradition in many soccer communities. I've played soccer my whole life. I used to work on the East Coast. I now work in Southgate, and it's very, very normal for the soccer community, and that's why you see before you there 900 petitions of people saying yes, they want to see this in their community, and we feel they're a big part of the community as well. Obviously, it's easier for people to come up and say no and voice their opinions and be very loud about it, which we respect, and we want to hear everyone out. That's why we're here to listen respectfully. But there is a large part of the community who want to see this in their center. And that's all I wanted to say. But I just wanted to say thank you for your time, but also thank you to the residents, whether they're for or against us. We're here to listen. We're here to respect everyone. But just thank you, everyone, for their time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
London's in bad shape. All right, let's go.
Can we
Let's
have
keep it
your-
real. Real parks are not
Your
meant
na-
for big money.
Excuse me, can we have your name?
Pedro. Let's keep it real. Real parks are not meant for big money. True parks, real parks, stay accessible end to end. We don't need barriers. We need more lawn. Concerns. One employee, not cops, will be doing walks for less than 10% of the park. That's not reassuring. That's an understaffing problem. Flexing millions of dollars of investments, but can only staff one person to make rounds. That's a red flag. We should have half a dozen people walking the parks. You throw up Disney California Adventure in the slides, calling it a similar business model. You're saying we'll have Disney-type security peace of mind? I don't think so. Stop with the long speeches, filibuster signals, weak arguments. Stop wasting time. Residents want to speak. Security of the entire park has not been tackled as of now. Primary security residents' concerns must be addressed before approval of large park projects. Camera systems should be funded to secure parking lots to prevent break-ins. Last time I checked, no one agreed to private enterprise takeover of the park. I don't care that businessmen have dumped 10 mil into self-service projects. I haven't personally benefited from that. There's plenty of land here. If you want a restaurant, go out and compete in the free market. This is Southgate. This is not Covina. At the end of the day, suit and ties don't vote, my dude. We do. Residents have spoken, put projects on hold, secure the park, earn the projects, pause in project, and earn it.
Next speaker, please.
Muy buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Gabriel Guerrero de la ciudad de Southgate.
My name is Gabriel Guerrero from the city of Southgate.
Me da mucho gusto saludarlos, todos ustedes concejales de la
Ay-
ciudad de Southgate.
I am very happy to say hello to all of you, members of council for the city of Southgate.
Llevo 55 años viviendo en la ciudad de Southgate.
I have lived in Southgate for over 55 years.
Aquí yo crecí.
I
Al
was
igual,
raised here,
al igual que mi familia, todos,
same as my whole family.
papá, abuelo, bisabuelo.
My parents,
Todo
grandparents, great grandparents, everybody.
Estoy aquí por esta razón. Nosotros
I am here for one reason.
les pagamos a ustedes de nuestros impuestos, de
We
nuestros
pay you
taxes.
all from our taxes.
Ustedes son nuestros, nosotros somos los patrones de ustedes.
We are your bosses.
Nosotros les pagamos
We pay you.
y nosotros los pusimos ahí en
And we
esas
placed you in their
sillitas sentados.
seats.
Entonces estamos aquí para pedirles a ustedes
As such, we are here to
que-
ask you,
que nos escuchen y no
To listen to
queremos cero alcohol aquí.
and we want zero alcohol here.
A nosotros nos están limitando simplemente a 3 minutitos.
We are being limited to only 3 minutes.
El señor abogado tuvo que haber pagado una cantidad muy grande
The attorney had to have paid a huge amount
porque él estuvo más de una hora.
because he spoke for more than an hour.
¿Por qué a él sí lo dejaron una hora?
Why did you give him, or why did you allow him over an hour?
Y pienso que es una falta de consideración para nosotros que se nos está acabando el tiempo y nos están limitando a 3 minutos.
I think that's a huge lack of consideration that that you're limiting us with time.
Si están en otras ciudades, que estén allá, pero aquí no los queremos.
If
Toda
they're
la-
in other cities, that's fine. They can stay over there, but here we don't want them.
Cero alcohol, no necesitamos alcohol aquí. Si ya
Zero
no-
alcohol, we don't need alcohol here.
el Departamento de California, DMV, con una sola cervecita,
DMV
nos
with
van a
just one
arrestar y
beer
nos van a meter a la
will
cárcel.
arrest us and give us a citation.
Ya todos lo sabemos eso.
And we all know that.
Entonces, ellos sí pueden vender, dijo él, el señor dijo 2 cervezas y unos 2 tragos, copas, con una sola.
Gentleman said just a couple of beers, but with just one beer alone.
Con una sola es suficiente porque si yo manejo de mi casa con una sola cervecita,
If I leave and drive away from my house with just one beer,
la policía de Southgate no va a arrestar.
the police from Southgate will arrest me.
Y a ellos no los irá a arrestar, a la gente que les venda a ellos y salgan a manejar allí alrededor.
And the people that they will be selling to, they're not going to be arrested.
Todo alrededor de Southgate hay muchas viviendas, hay mucha familia, hay gente.
All around that area, there's a lot of families, there's a lot of residential areas.
Es un legado ahí. Hay familias que fue heredado por los abuelos, los papás, todos ahí.
There's a legacy there. There's a lot of families that have inherited those properties from their parents and grandparents.
Se me hace a mí una falta de respeto
To me, that's a very huge lack of respect
vayan a permitir la venta de alcohol en nuestras ciudades.
that you would allow the sales of alcohol in our city of Southgate,
Muchas gracias.
in our park of Southgate. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Jose Antonio Gutierrez, resident of the city for more than 50 years. I am surprised that all you members of council and department heads wish to repeat an act of an elected official of 35 years, thinking that you sitting in your seats know better than the constituents and residents of our city. The man that I speak of is a name I do not wish to repeat. If you believe that you know better than the community, the concerns that they have expressed here this evening, go with your gut, because we're going to have to go with our gut when we remember your name. If there's a person that is injured by someone that consumes alcohol, we're up in arms. Now you as the city are opening up the gateway to do it in the recreational environment. Now, let me speak about the Parks and Recs programs. As of 9 in the morning until about 10 o'clock at night, in the same parking lot of SoFi Goals, there are youth that their parents bring them to dance classes. As of 3 p.m., there are youth that come to the baseball and softball programs that Mr. Hurtado, Councilman Hurtado, was a part of for many years. But I guess they're not important any longer. I just remind you that we as a community are expressing our displeasure to this. There's many a sentiment that I wish to convey, to express, but the thing is, it's not here to be throwing mud. But I'll just say this. I do not know what the belief is of our city management, what the benefits are, how Southgate's going to benefit from this. But I will say this. There was once a man that thought that he was bigger than those around him, and he received 10 silver coins. And you know what? Vote with your conscience, because you may be the one that we're going to be writing down in the books years down the road. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lupe Perez. I live at 5226 Elmira Road, and I am the block captain for Area 4. And I'm here, I got off from work, drove 30 miles because I think this is very important, to speak against the sale of alcohol at SoFi. They say it's not the park, it is within the park. So the fact that they have this beautiful presentation, a PowerPoint that the lawyer put together, it's beautiful, it's very convincing, but they're dangling a carrot over your head. And we're not to let these people run our city. We're here, we're the residents, we say what goes on here, not them. Okay, so I appreciate the fact that they want to invest in our city, that's fine. But listen to the citizens. They didn't add a slide that asked the residents, do you want us to sell alcohol at SoFi? They could have asked us, but we're here now, they're listening, and we don't want your alcohol. So please stop doing that. Please take this into consideration. I had a conversation with one of the teenagers who I sometimes take care of. And years ago, he said, as soon as I turn 18, I'm going to leave Southgate. And I asked him why. And he said, well, there's crime, there's a lot of alcohol and drugs, and that's true. And this is the thing that these people are not considering. You're already adding to all of the problems that we already have. And the fact that we don't have enough police officers makes it worse. So please, I know you'll do, I have faith in you. And I know you're going to do the right thing and you're not going to vote for this. So thank you very much for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Patricia Perez. I have been a Southgate resident for the last 15 years. I'm also against the sale of alcohol at SoFi in the park area. I believe the park should remain a safe area for the children and for families. It should be a family environment. If people have the desire to drink, there are plenty of other places where they can drink. There are bars, there's restaurants at their house. A lot of times, even without alcohol, when you get into sports, some people get too excited. The alcohol just might increase that and it might make it violent. I know last week they were reading emails where they were saying that people were saying that having alcohol is going to enhance the experience of the sport. I don't believe that. I believe what it's going to cause is more DUIs. I want to ask those people if they think that if something were to happen to one of their loved ones, if they still think that that experience would be an enhanced experience, having someone they love be injured. Sorry. I'm sorry, there was something else I wanted to say. I just think that as a member of citizen of Southgate, and I ask you to please take into consideration all the people who have spoken to you, that we do not want this in our parks. We need to keep it a safe area. A lot of, like I said, there's a lot of places where people can drink, and the park needs to remain a safe space. Thank you for your consideration, and I hope that this doesn't go through. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Genesis Rivas on Orange Avenue, and I'm a student and athlete in a soccer team at Legacy High School, just down the street from the park. And I believe my voice will mean a lot to you, as I also speak on behalf of the students attending our school. Now, occasionally I walk to school in the morning, but I walk home from school every day, including late hours. I have my soccer practice. Every morning when I walk down Tweedy to school, I see young students pass by, walk on, or walk through the park to attend their elementary school, as do students attending Legacy High. Now imagine elementary students walking home with their parents, passing by what I've seen myself, homeless and addicts roaming on the park. Every day after school, I walk home at 3:33, maybe not the time someone would be drinking at SoFi. However, on the days I attend my soccer practice, my school day ends at 6. Again, my friends and I walk together now nighttime to our beloved park to play together at SoFi Stadium. My girls' soccer team and I are already worried of kidnappings or anyone who may want to do anything to us. Now, in addition, my friends' team and I must be worried about intoxicated adults. SoFi is a place where people band together to play a sport together, community sharing sport with a safe environment with families to go watch their sons and daughters play soccer, a core memory in a child's life. Yet now, children and families will have to look back at going to the SoFi soccer matches when their family members were intoxicated and were exposed to potential dangers. This is not a Disneyland. This is a community that is highly possible of abusing this power of serving alcohol beverages and to take too far. This is not what our community wants. This is not what our students want. Maybe SoFi will be held accountable in serving the drinks, but what happens after, when they are released from this restaurant onto the park? What happens then when they are left on the park? SoFi is no longer held accountable, but the city. How might that be in any way good when our police take their time to escort them out? SoFi will only be releasing intoxicated people onto our park. Notice how your community is fighting against it, but the company is fighting for it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mi nombre es Daniel Hernández, vivo en Southgate.
Hernandez.
Y yo no sé hablar, es la primera vez que hablo así en público.
I don't know how to speak in public. This is the first time.
Y en eso les hago saber que no hablo bonito como alguien más.
And I'm letting you know that I'm not a very good speaker like somebody else.
Pero antes que se me olvide,
But before I forget,
quiero felicitar al señor que habló de Covina, que
I
dijo
want
que
to
todo está bien organizado.
I want to congratulate the man who spoke from Covina.
Él mencionó que
He
él
mentioned
juega y toma
that he plays and drinks
y que sus hijos
and that his kids
están ahí presentes.
are there also present.
Lo felicito
I congratulate him
por lo que hace.
because he does that.
Entonces, ahora el otro tema es cómo nos respetan a nosotros de la comunidad.
The other thing that I want to say is how do they respect us from the community?
¿Por qué no van a otras comunidades, por ejemplo, digamos,
Why
Beverly
don't they
Hills?
go to other communities like say Beverly Hills?
Porque no hay paisanos.
Because there's no paisanos there.
Otra cosa es de que mencionaron que trajeron varias formas firmadas.
They mentioned that they brought other forms and signed already petitions.
Eso, yo soy mexicano y en México eso se usaba mucho,
I am Mexican, and in Mexican that is used a lot.
que le daban una playera a alguien o una torta y un refresco.
When someone is given, they give someone a T-shirt or a hamburger or a torta.
No sé cómo funciona eso.
I don't know how this works, but that's to get someone's signature.
Y lo que no entiendo es quién de ustedes está de acuerdo en esta proposición o por qué trajeron esta proposición aquí.
What I don't understand is how many of you are in agreement with this, or why was this brought here?
Porque de antemano ustedes saben que no es bueno y usted puede decir no y listo, es todo.
Beforehand, you all already know that we don't want this, that this is not good. And you can say, that's it, no.
Yo sé que el dinero es canijo.
I know that money is, there's no translation for that. It's good, I guess.
Ok, el señor dice que ellos van a controlar todo, ya muchos han dicho eso, lo mismo.
This gentleman said that they are going to be able to control it all, but
Este es poquito lo que yo voy a decir afuera. ¿Cómo hay muchos niños que obtienen cigarros y bebidas afuera? No, no
I'm
estoy
going to say,
mencionando el parque,
how are they
pero
going
afuera.
Deme pausa, por favor, señor. I'm going to say, how are they going to be able to control when there's so many kids out there that are getting cigarettes and drinks illegally already?
¿Cómo es que ellos piensan que van a controlar eso?
How can they think that they will be able to control that?
Yo personalmente
I personally
conozco personas que están fumando y jugando ahí en el lugar de ellos.
I know of people that are there drinking and smoking in their place.
Yo jugaba fútbol en el parque
I used to play football there in the park,
y la policía no nos dejaba jugar en el parque.
and the police will not let us play there at the park
¿Por qué? Porque querían que fuéramos a pagar allá con ellos.
because they wanted us to pay there with them.
Entonces pusieron árboles
So they then placed
en el
trees
campo para que no haya terreno para jugar.
in the field so that there would not be a field that we could
O
play
ponían
in,
mucha tierra. O
Yeah.
sea, le hacemos imposible para jugar.
making it impossible for us to play.
No sé, no entiendo por qué cuando nosotros estamos sanamente jugando y
I
no
don't
haciendo
understand
drogas ni nada.
When we were playing in a healthy manner.
Y pues no sé qué más les puedo decir. Así es de que
Other
eso
than
lo hago a
that,
ustedes, en verdad.
I
No
don't,
sé cuánto ganen ellos o ustedes, pero
I don't
me
know how much
gustaría
they're making or you're making,
que no se vendiera alcohol.
but I would like that zero
Porque
sales of
hay
alcohol.
mucha droga, ya toda la gente dijo que hay mucha droga.
Like everybody said, there's a lot of
Y si
drugs
alguien de
already.
ustedes va, no en su carro, no vayan caminando en su carro, vayan caminando alrededor del parque
If
como
any of
nosotros
you go
hacemos,
there to the park walking like
se
we
van a
do,
dar cuenta
you will
cuánta
know
marihuana hay.
that there's a lot of marijuana there.
Claro que si va un policía en carro, lo miran y pues
Of
el
course,
policía no le va a llegar el
If a
olor en el
police
carro.
officer goes in a patrol car, they're not going to see it.
Pero si va caminando,
But if you go there walking,
le va a llegar el olor.
you will smell it.
Así es de que es lo que les quiero decir, nada más que el parque está muy bonito.
The park is very nice.
Yo
That's
jugué
all I want to
mucho
say.
tiempo, ya no puedo jugar, pero
I can't
es
play
muy
anymore.
bonito.
But it's very nice.
Ok, y muchas gracias por todo.
Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Nelva Aguilar, and I've been a resident of Southgate for 25 years, 20 years on Cypress Avenue, and then 5 years in California. And and this is my first time getting involved in the community this year because of my nephew. I want to support him on the board meetings. I wanted to share something that I was inspired by Maria Pilar Avalos. I remember talking to her, and I volunteered myself to help her in her campaign to pass out, flyers and get some votes for her, because she assured me and my nephew that she would prioritize the needs of our youth as an educator that she is herself. So the residents of Southgate, we shouldn't worry about our children or the community being harmed by alcohol. Just in the apartment building, I know this girl that she's about 25 years old, and she's in a wheelchair now because she was in an accident due to a drug driving in another city. But we don't want to have that because she had everything going for her. Now she lives in the apartments across the street, and she's in a wheelchair, and it's just sad, that she had to go through this. I would hate to see my nephew where he has a lot of things going for him, see him in a wheelchair or something like that because of a drunk driving that occurred in the city, because we're always around there, and he gets involved in a lot of community. But and I also, wait, my notes, where are my notes? Okay, and it says, okay. And I understand that you may see alcohol sales as a potential revenue source. That's the only why the money matters. So I guess you guys want to do that. But I believe in long-term benefits of maintaining a safer family atmosphere and friendly. It would far outweigh the short-term financial gain that we would get. And the park should be a place for recreational, not alcohol abuse. Allowing alcohol sales in Southgate Park will lead into more increase of incidents, public intoxication, littering, and violence as well. And we need to stop minimizing and selling alcohol sales, because we are our youth around here, they're already going, they're lost. They're talking in the streets, drinking alcohol, doing drugs. We don't want to enhance their being it's okay to get drunk or alcohol, then it'll bring it to other drugs. That's what I think. And then so I think we should set a positive example for our youth. Like, I'm here to represent my nephews, to hear them out, because I love them. I took them since at Willow. Every day I was picking them, dropping them from school, so we want to be safe. And I also take them to school, pick them up from school and practice. And we want to be safe. We want to show that we got there safe. We want to make sure we're going to get home safe, that no drunk driver is going to hit us. And we don't want to cause any more hurt, if family heard that, their son or grandkids are getting, victims of a drunk driving and so far, and what else? And thank you. In consideration, I forgot. I'm so sorry, bear with me, because this is my first time talking in the council
time's
meeting.
up. Thank you.
When I was in the council, I was in the high school and student government. That was many years ago, so I haven't got used to it. So
Okay, thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Marin, and I live on Orange Avenue. I want to start off by saying that no one is blaming SoFi Complex for what's happening in the park. We already have all this illegal gambling. We have, people already drinking. We just kind of want to recognize that with the selling of alcohol, it's just adding to all of this that's already happening. I mean, we already have SoFi representatives saying that, calling it's a bar and saying that it's okay to have one drink and drive home. What kind of example are we setting for our youth, for our children? To say that it's okay to have one drink and drive, I don't think that's setting a great example. The attorney also mentioned that they only have control over their 6-7%. So clearly they're making it clear that it's none of their business with the other 93-94% of the park that they don't own. And exactly that, it's none of their business, and they don't care what's happening to the community, the children, the adults, the seniors. That's why we're looking at you, our council, to make sure that you care, to make our park better, make it a place of safety, a place of joy. We all know our park needs help. It needs to be aided with the resources to make sure it's safe for anyone who wishes to enjoy it without worrying of intoxicated individuals, without illegal gambling, without the use of marijuana, and so forth. And again, adding alcohol will only make everything worse. I also would like to add that stating these facts of another city does not reflect how this city will react to the selling of alcohol. The facts of another city does not mean that this city will not put up a fight. This is our city. We care for our city, and we wish for it to be a thriving, safe, and inclusive community for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Roxanne Carvajal. I've been a resident of Southgate for over 40 years. And I am in favor of selling alcohol at Soul 5. I think it's to service the patrons that are there already. I don't think it's gonna be like a flock, like, oh, everybody, let's go to Soul 5. They sell alcohol now. No, they're gonna go do all the things that they do normally, and they say they don't want alcohol in the community. There's alcohol in the community, right? There's already alcohol in our community. And it just reminds me of like a restaurant. Like you're going to a restaurant, you're going to have a meal. Some people are, I'm going to have a beer with my meal. Some people are like, no, I'll have a lemonade with my meal. It's your own personal choice of what you're going to do, right? It's not to be, and then they said that they're going to be monitoring, right? It's not that you're not there to get drunk or anything. You're there, you're going to have a drink with your meal. Like he said, you're going to be, someone's playing, you're playing, oh, let's have a drink. And it's not going to be overused. Like I said, like there's no, even though they're like, oh, they don't care about what happens at the rest of the park. Things happen. We don't have control over it, right? Like, I mean, I can't help there's homeless people. Yeah, there's drugs or there's this, there's that, there's this on the park every day, right? But they are there. They are having a service for us where they have a safe place for the kids to play soccer, for the teens to play soccer, for adults to play soccer. It's a place, a family place where people want to go. And they say, oh no, well, it's not Disneyland, it's not this, it's not Chuck E. Cheese. But they do sell alcohol in these places, right? And Disneyland is what they said, it's not Mexican or Asian. I heard that, but Orange County, right? Disneyland. So it's not. So they do service this in other communities that aren't just minority communities. And I don't think it's going to be a big issue. It's the responsibility of the person, right? That how much am I going to drink or whatever, but it's not just because you're going to serve alcohol that all the alcoholics are going to be coming and let's go to Soul 5. That's not how it's going to be. I think they're going to have the same patronage. And these are the people who probably signed these petitions, right? My cousin is one, and she's not here right now. She was here earlier, but she has to be at work at 1 a.m. So even though she's not here and she's considered a piece of paper, I hope her voice does count too. And so that's how I want to end it. But I am in favor of selling beer and wine at Soul 5. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, ya nos estamos durmiendo todos, ¿verdad? Nomás les quiero recordar
Good,
que
good evening. I think we're all falling asleep, right?
Su nombre, por favor. Rubén, apellido.
Pichardo. Nomás les quiero recordar que la persona que habló,
I just want to remind you that the person who spoke
que nos mareó casi por 1 hora, estuvo
over
para
an
allá,
hour,
¿verdad? Él no vive aquí y recuerden que
He
a
doesn't
él le
live
están
here,
pagando.
and he's
Le están
getting paid.
pagando dinero, SoFi le está pagando.
SoFi's
¿ok?
paying him
Para que venga y diga cosas bonitas de
to come
SoFi.
and say nice things.
Pero toda la comunidad estamos en contra.
But the whole community here is
A
opposing it.
nosotros no nos interesa
We don't
lo que-
care
lo que pasa en West Covina,
what happens in
lo
West
que pasa
Covina,
en Rancho Cucamonga,
in Rancho
lo que
Cucamonga,
pase en Alameda, lo que pase
or
en
what happens in
Finlandia,
Alameda,
o donde pase. A
or
la
wherever.
comunidad nos
This
interesa
community-
lo que pase en Southgate.
We care about what happens in Southgate.
Entonces, nosotros estamos en contra de que vendan el alcohol.
We are opposing the sales of alcohol.
Porque no es justo que un parque para la familia
It's not fair that a park that's for family
vendan el alcohol.
that sells alcohol.
Ahora, otra cosa, hemos oído muchas veces
We've heard many times
que no hay bastante policía
that there's not enough patrolling
para servirnos.
to serve us.
Y él habló de que si había algún problema,
And he spoke about if there would be a problem,
iba a llamar a la
he
policía.
would reach out to the police department.
¿Ustedes creen
Do you
que,
think
es justo
that it's fair
que nosotros que vivimos aquí en Southgate
that we who live here in Southgate,
paguemos para que la policía vaya y los le dé
that we
servicio a ellos?
pay so that the police can provide a service for them?
Yo pienso que no es justo.
I don't think that's fair.
Y tenemos que hacer algo. A la comunidad los puse a ustedes ahí.
And we have to do something. Our community put you all there.
Y que necesitan ponerse un poquito a pensar las cosas.
You need to think things,
¿Ok? No porque él venga y hable bonito aquí. Que
not because he comes and speaks very nice,
vino y trajo $9 millones. Y
because he says that he
bla, bla,
brought in $9 million.
Eso no tiene nada que ver.
This has nothing to do with
Porque
anything.
Si un día, ojalá y Dios no quiera,
God knows that we don't want that to happen.
que ustedes lleven a sus nietos o sus hijos al parque,
That if you take your
que
grandkids
salga un
to the
borracho
park
de SoFi
and someone comes out from SoFi
y atropella a uno de sus nietos o sus hijos,
and runs over one of your kids or
entonces, ¿qué van
grandkids,
a decir? Oh, no
What-
debimos haber pasado esa ley.
what are you going to say? Oh, we should not have approved that law.
Entonces, hay que pensar las cosas poquito,
So let's think
porque
things
es un
over,
parque familiar,
because it's a family
no
park.
es un parque para borrachos. Yo no,
It's,
yo no
it's
estoy,
not a park for drunk
yo no
people.
estoy en contra de los que toman, que tomen lo que
I'm not
quieran y todo
against
lo que quieran,
whoever wants to
pero
drink. Let
no-
them all drink,
pero en otro lado,
but somewhere else,
no en el parque.
not in the park.
So, hay que pensar bien las cosas
Let's
para
think
que
things through
la gente tenga respeto hacia ustedes
so that people can have respect for you
y que sienta que ustedes los están apoyando a la comunidad.
and that they feel that you're supporting them.
Porque si no, como otra gente ha dicho,
If not, then like
el
other
día de
people have
voto,
said,
los vamos a recordar.
when campaign comes,
vamos
we're
a
going to
recordar muy bien.
remind you.
¿Ok? Y ojalá y Dios quiera y pongan todo lo que está de su parte
And God willing,
no-
hopefully you'll put all that's in your power
para no pasar
to not approve
en la venta de alcohol.
the sales of alcohol.
No es muy, ¿cómo les quiero decir? No es mucho pedir que les estamos pidiendo.
I don't think it's a law that we're asking
Es
for.
una cosa que nomás de pensar poquito.
It's just something that you just have to
Porque
think
¿qué
about
les
it.
vamos a traer a nuestros hijos, a nuestros nietos?
Because we're going to have our kids
Cuando
and
los lleven al
grandkids
parque y que vean la gente ahí tomando.
taking them to the park and they're going to see people drinking.
So,
there.
piensen muy bien lo que vayan a
things through.
decidir ustedes,
What you're going to decide,
¿verdad? Y pues ojalá que tomen la decisión correcta.
and hopefully you'll make the right
Es todo lo
decision.
que está pidiendo la comunidad.
That's all that the
Una
community is
decisión
asking,
correcta,
the correct
justa.
decision.
No porque ellos vengan y pongan $9 millones,
Not because
Ya,
they
ya
invest
ellos-
$9 million,
ya ellos son
that's
los
it,
reyes de Sargate.
that they're the kings of Southgate.
¿Ok? No. La comunidad es
No.
la que manda aquí en
The
Sargate. No ellos.
community is the one that rules here, Southgate.
So, hay que ponerlo bien presente.
Let's have that
Hay que
present
hacer las cosas como deben de ser.
and let's do things right.
Y yo les voy a aplaudir si ustedes toman la decisión correcta.
I will applaud you if you make the right
Ya.
decision.
Y si no, pues ni modo.
And if not,
Ustedes
oh
son
well,
los que mandan.
you are the elected official.
So, adelante. La decisión que tengan que tomar, adelante.
Go ahead, make the right
¿Ok?
decision.
Muchas gracias.
Thank
Y
you.
suerte a
Gracias.
todos.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members, Ms. Maria Davila, Mayor. My name is Angelica Martinez, 10129 Orange Avenue, here in the city of Southgate. I have lived for 41 years in the city since I got married. We have raised 3 kids, my husband and I, and now one of my kids have their kids living here in the city of Southgate. My grandkids, one of them attend to Tweedy Elementary, and I'm very concerned about the issue, the safety of the community, not only at Tweedy Elementary, but all around the city. Because we've been seeing, as everybody have saying, most of our community members that have spoke, I believe that everything have been said in here, but I wanted to add my concerns as well. I believe that most of the times the concept, at this moment, the concept of the restaurant is a great idea. It would be a great idea if we didn't have the shelf inside the park, in the soccer field, where the kids are to be safe and have a sport, because alcohol in sports does not match. So I really appreciate if you consider most of the people here are tired, we're sleepy, and most of the people already went back home. But we are still getting and hearing for your answer. And I hope that you touch her hearts and make a wise decision, because our community deserves the best. And I believe if a place, a sport place free of alcohol will be great for our kids to be free and safe. There's an issue that it concerns me, because a lot of parents leave their kids in the soccer fields with being confident that they're going to be safe. But you never know if the kids go to the restroom, they won't have maybe the safety to go over there. So I really appreciate, and I have a question real quick.
Thank you. You can ask questions. Sorry, you can't ask any questions. You can ask the questions to us and then we'll respond.
Why
But your
they-
time is up.
Yeah, why the
time is
people,
up.
the attorney didn't present
Your time is
the
up, Angelica.
presentation and the previous meeting.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. The attorney made a pretty good attempt
Can you
at.
please state your name?
Yes,
for
my
the
name is
record?
Edgar Pelayo, resident of Southgate for over 30 years. The attorney made a pretty good attempt at separating SoFi from the park. But if my math is correct, 7% and 93% equals 100%, which is the 96 acres that we're sort of talking about here. And, the focus here is really not SoFi, right? The focus here is the open space that we're talking about, the rezoning of that open space. That's really what's at hand here. And the community has spoken, I think, very loud and clear that they want it to remain an open space. That's why you need to provide some sort of variance or change in the zoning, because that's what needs to happen, right? We want it to remain an open space so that families can come and have fun there, bring their kids, have a good time without having to worry about any other things that come up. I wish that he would have brought maybe some letters of recommendation from AYSO or LAUSD to show what they think about it, because, the kids are involved in those programs and they would have a say, right? But I didn't see those letters, and I'm pretty sure I know why. So I think that, again, the community has spoken. I know that it's gone through staff. There's been recommendations, but the staff, most of them don't live here. And, they're basically going on whatever, I guess, information they're either getting from SoFi or whoever spearheaded this change. But the community does live here. The community makes the decisions. And that's why we're here to tell you guys what decision we want you to make, because that's why you're there, to represent us. So really, I think that, it's important for you guys to pay attention, mainly because that's why you're there. That's your job. We put you there to listen to us, voice our concerns, and take that into consideration when situations like these arise. So again, I implore you to consider it. Make sure that you guys who are educators and coaches who have worked with youth for many years, consider that. The park is to, come and play, set a good example, learn how to be a good team player, learn some leadership skills, team building skills. And I don't know where alcohol plays a part in that. So there's a campaign in the state of California that says that parks make life better. I'd like to know how alcohol plays a part in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Mayor, councils. I don't know what else to tell you.
Can we have your name for the
My name
record?
is Reina Secaira Colon, Orange Avenue. And I just wonder how they got all those approvals letters, or because I never receive anything by mail. I check my mail every day and I wasn't notified. I live so close to the park and I wasn't notified about anything. I I really don't understand why they brought someone from Covina. Covina doesn't compare to Southgate. Southgate, we are a working community. Covina is not like that. They cannot compare two cities. It's totally different. Now, the liquor is not a good idea. Alcohol is not a good idea. I have my children's, I have a grandson now, and I really care about the park. The park has improved so much. I've been living in Southgate for 27 years, and I see the improvement of the city. It's beautiful. So, and I know you guys are still gonna do more changes. Thank you for that, because it's beautiful. But with that, I don't think it's a good idea. They don't live in Southgate. Most people that come to SoFi, they do not live in Southgate. So they come and spend money. If they want to help the community, why can't they help the children in the middle school, the high schools, to be able to go and enjoy and play soccer? But they don't think about these kids. These kids in Southgate needs help, and they are all involved in the marijuana now. Pay attention to our kids because they need the help. A lot of parents are working parents. These kids need help. They should help them. Instead of giving alcohol, help them. Give them facilities so they can go and play soccer. The sport, it's a beautiful sport. But with alcohol, I don't think it's a good idea. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Jimmy Zaida, the chair of the Planning Commission. I had quite a few comments that I was going to share with you all, but I think the community has done an amazing job with being able to articulate their concerns with this issue, the sale of alcohol. I think it's very important to, I agree with the SoFi attorney. This is not about SoFi. It's about the code amendment that is being proposed. That supersedes everything. If that doesn't pass, CUP dies. There's nothing there. Time and time again, as I listen into the council meetings, we hear that we want civic engagement, that we want more people to be involved. That's something that you guys, all of you there, including staff, continue to advocate for. Well, the time is here, right? They're here. The community has spoken. So, we find ourselves in a time in our community where time and time again, I would say that some of our community members have lost faith in our staff, in staff's ability to put our community first when they're negotiating on behalf of our city. That's a perfect example that we've kind of encountered here. We have things that we negotiated away from the initial somewhat proposal from SoFi. We have a director of Park and Rec saying that, because now we are going to be selling alcohol in SoFi, that would eliminate the issues that we have around SoFi facility. There's a letter of recommendation that was submitted on his behalf. I think that's irresponsible. We know that every city is very unique. Covina is Covina, Southgate is Southgate. What works in Linwood might not work here, and what works here might not work in Linwood. But that's the beauty of our communities. They're all unique, but ultimately you all represent us. We've all put you there because we believe in your ability to listen to the community. That continues to be at the forefront. That's all we're asking for. We're not asking for you to make a decision based off of what you think is appropriate. I think time and time again, I've shared with even some of my neighbors, as I'm part of the neighborhood watch in my block, I say, so many times we ask ourselves, why is the council making this decision? And my response is, get involved. You want to have a voice, show up to the meetings. If you want the city council to represent you, then show up and be present. Because ultimately, this is not your vote, it's the community's vote. And, with all due respect, now the community is now asking and putting you to the test, right? Will you side with the community or will you side with an outside business who, by the way, has done amazing work in our community? SoFi provides great recreational activities. That's not in question. They partner with a lot of schools. But ultimately, the only thing here is we no longer want the ability for anyone on open space, park space, to sell alcohol. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Chingus Dominguez, resident of Southgate. So I can see that this thing is tanking. Let me see if I could save this fucking thing. So I want this item to pass. We saw Mr. Ayaz do his presentation and lay out the conditions. There's 2 conditions that were omitted, that were not included in his presentation, but that were part of the item report that was, because there were 2 item reports that were put together before it went to the Planning Commission. In the first item report, it had that the hours of sales would be, the cutoff time would be 10 p.m. Well, the one that was submitted in the item report that was submitted to the Planning Commission on December 5th, they bumped up the cutoff time to 10:30 p.m. And then in the original item report, it was 10. So that needs to be corrected. You need to fix that and make it either 9 or 9:30. And the second condition that was in the original item report, again, removed from the December 5th Planning Commission meeting, in that item report, in the original, it had that there were a condition that SoFi folks were going to provide security during the hours of the sales of alcohol. So that needs to be put back in. And if, the SoFi folks are so hell-bent on selling booze at their facility, which I don't have a problem with, if they're so committed to going forward with this proposal, then they're going to have to step up and provide us with the security that the residents are asking for. I don't think that's outrageous or excessive for to ask SoFi to contribute and provide security for their facility during the sales of alcohol. And there's a third condition. This is an idea that I'm just pitching myself. What I would like to see as a resident is you put in a condition saying that a percentage of their alcohol sales, let's say 7-8%, goes into a fund, and that fund goes straight to our Department of Parks and Recreation, and which can be used to fund park projects as well as park programs. It's called Parks and Recreation, recreational programs. So that's something I would urge the council members to include, a condition for a percentage of alcohol sales to go into a fund, and the fund go towards our Department of Parks and Recreation. So, our city manager, you're paying this man over $300,000 a year in salary. He needs to fix this fucking mess that he created. I mean, I don't know why the hell you took out these 2 conditions, but you have your Pinocchio, you have your puppet, aka city manager Rob. I'm a puppet Houston, but who's advocating for the residents? Who's fighting for us? Who's representing our interests and the things that we want to see in our city? This is your job. This is your duty, council members. That's all.
Next speaker. This is all the speakers we're gonna have, because after him, we are gonna take a 5-minute break just because we have translation, and we still need to speak. Council needs to speak. So that's it? Okay. Go right ahead.
Good evening, everybody. I'm very tired, but I'm happy also that I'm able to be here. I just want to share the fact that I grew up with an alcoholic father. I have uncles that are also alcoholics.
Can we have your name? Sorry for the record.
My name is Rose Sandoval.
Thank you.
And I have lived here in the city of Southgate for too many years. I'm sorry. I'm just really disappointed with a lot of things that I see happening here in the city of Southgate. I do respect the police. I have members in my own family that are police officers, and one in particular that comes to my home at all hours of the night checking on us because I complain to them that we don't have the support, that we don't have enough police officers in this city. And then when I do call the police to come and ask our neighbors to bring their music down because they have a live band, they're playing music till 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, and it's okay. I feel, coming from a home living with an alcoholic father, again, sports and alcohol do not mix. I don't believe it's any good for anyone to be around just adults or children When you're drinking alcohol, you're an alcoholic, you consume alcohol, you're asking for more problems. This city does not have enough police presence anywhere. If I call, they can't come because they have other priorities. That's always the answer that I'm getting or that I've been getting lately. And it really bothers me that we don't have enough police, that we don't have what we should have in a city with a population that we have. It's very upsetting, and it worries me that something that you want to add more alcohol to something that we already have. We have enough alcohol, we have enough alcoholics, we have enough liquor stores, places that sell alcohol. Why do we have to add more? And you've heard it all, and I've heard it. I heard. What I'm trying to say is I heard it already, and you have too. So why are we adding alcohol? Why are we adding more to the problems here in the city of Southgate when we don't have enough police officers? In my respect to them, I really, really respect them because I have police enforcement in my family. And for one, I appreciate my nephew coming over to check on my family because, again, police officers are not around. I mean, it's hard for them in this city. I know a lot of things happen in this city, and I know they
Thank you.
have
Your time
priorities.
is up. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Manny Holguin. I live on Orange Avenue. I'm just here because you've heard it all, and we've all spoken. And we've spoken from the heart, we've spoken from facts, we've spoken from people who live here. I just want to educate our attorney here because it seems like he got some miscommunication. We are not blaming SoFi. We're not blaming SoFi for the drugs, the gambling, whatever is in the other percent of the park. We are actually amazed of everything they've done. I have not seen the dollars that they said they bring into the community. I do want to remind him that the community is a lot larger than 1,000 feet. You know, so I just want to let him know that we're not blaming him for all that other stuff. We're blaming the word they use on site, which is only, according to them, 7% of the park. What I would like to let you guys know, and just remind you guys, that we heard a lot of people talk. We heard a lot of people we heard a couple of people from West Covina and other districts. And from here, we heard people who actually are daughters, who are daughters and sons of alcoholics. We have heard from the youth, which I'm very proud of, on a school night, coming out here to tell you guys how they feel about this. So who do we listen to? Do we listen to outsiders? Do we listen to people from our community who have the experience and they go through this every day? SoFi has done a lot of amazing things with soccer. They've done that without alcohol. Like my mom would say, if it's not broke, why fix it? Okay? They've done a lot of amazing things. I'm looking forward to 2026, but we don't need alcohol for that. That's coming in. They'll come in and it'll be amazing. And as far as the police department, for a fact, which I have the facts, we are 15 police officers short. That means a lot to a city this population in Southgate. That's a lot of police officers that we don't have here to offer that. We're talking about alcohol that comes out of the park. Like somebody said to us, alcohol stays in your system. It doesn't stay in SoFi. It stays in your system. You drive out of the parking lot, out of their blue area that they said. Now they're in our community, and it's a danger to the community. If they are drinking too much, that's a danger to our community. Just to remind you, if it's not broke, why fix it? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any more speakers? Going once, going twice? No, not yet, not yet. Okay. All right, I'm going to close the audience section. hold on, because we still have emails. And before emails, we're taking a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Huh?
it as soon as we can. I understand that. I understand that, but there's a issue with the other council members right
Okay, we are back from our break, and at this time, we have emails that need to be read.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to report that by 4 p.m., our deadline today, I received a total of 13 emails on this matter.
Can I have quiet, please, because they'll be reading the emails and they have to go on the record. Appreciate, thank you.
Would you like me to start all over? Okay. I'd like
Yes,
to report,
please.
Thank you. I'd like to report that by 4 p.m. Today, our deadline, I received a total of 13 emails on this matter, 9 of which were in support of the alcohol sales at SO5, and then 3 emails were opposing the proposal. Additionally, there was 1 email that neither was in support or in opposition of the matter. This email was from Claudia Rivera, and she instead criticized Councilmember Al Rios. She referenced his signature on the ordinance dated November 9th, 2021, when he was mayor, in which he allowed the alcohol sales in the park, where he attends functions drinking at the park himself. She stated, lastly, she accused him of using this as a political platform for his reelection campaign, and pointed out his lack of action during his 8 years in council, never mentioning the park during our meetings. Just as a reminder for all, the emails have been provided in their entirety to our council members, and you can find them for your viewing at the back of the council chambers in a folder. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, City Clerk. I turned it
Madam
off.
Mayor?
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, City Attorney, do you have any?
Yeah, so this concludes the public comment period. This is still part of the
Public hearing.
public hearing, but this is the stage where the council is able to ask questions of the appellant or of the responding party here, if they want, and assuming that they're still present here.
Okay. Just for the record, is the appellant still here? She's not here any longer? Okay. Okay, Councilman Hurtado.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, for being here and giving us your thoughts on this matter. So before I came to the meeting, actually over the last couple of weeks, I gave this a lot of thought. I wanted to see which way I was going to go. And so what I did is I set up a couple of pros and cons if we went to that. And so when we come here to a meeting, we get an agenda packet and we get information. We read the information, we come here with an open mind, and then we listen to the members of the community to see which way we're going to go. At this point, I have no idea what any of my colleagues are how they're going to vote. And the reason I bring that up is because I made some notes. I'm going to get to the pros and cons shortly, but I made some notes as people were speaking, and the word misinformation came up. And a couple of things. One of them did say that we were already planning on bringing alcohol. None of us planned this. It was an item that was brought before the Planning Commission after the original request for alcohol was denied. And then when it went to the Planning Commission on a 3-2 vote, it passed. And I did speak to a couple of the planning commissioners, one that voted for it. She says she could have gone either way. And one who voted against it, she says she could have gone either way. So again, planning commissioners, when they go into a meeting, they have no idea how they're going to vote until after they've considered everything. And that's how we operate here as well. I'm here to tell you, I'm not on TikTok. Never have been. So whoever said that, I'm not on TikTok. So let's clear that up. Okay. To the attorney that spoke, I just want to clear something up. The school that was there was never abandoned. Okay, just so you know. So the brief history on that, LAUSD many years ago asked the city of Southgate, can we put a school temporarily on park premises? And the city said, temporarily, okay, I guess temporarily, okay. 15 years later, they were still there. They was like a quinceañera, I guess, right? They were there for 15 years. So then we, as council members, said, hey, you guys need to start thinking about moving. They bought property across the street, which is 20 Mile Elementary. And the agreement was that that LAUSD would leave the park the same way it was before. So what they did is, instead of them fixing it, we had an agreement as to they would pay the city of Southgate, I believe it was $300,000, Steve, something like that. It's been a while, but it was about $300,000. And then we thought, what are we going to do with that? So that's when the park director at the time, Paul Adams, said, hey, there's a group called Gold Soccer. They want to come in. After listening to them, they came up with a very good proposal. And let me just share with you, everybody was excited about it, but it didn't include alcohol in it. That's the big difference. And again, that is something that, you know, we weren't aware that there was a plan to bring alcohol at any time in the future, but at the time there was no alcohol involved. There was some comments about the drunk drivers, and you're correct, you can't control them. But let's think of the other part also. The people who have a drinking problem, they can't control themselves either. So opening the door for somebody to have alcohol and making it accessible, I guess, you know, bars exist. I guess restaurants do have that. But at a park, I think it makes it a little bit more difficult. Covina, you know, one of the things I learned as a supervisor for the post office is that how one handles mail in one city doesn't work in every city. And I was all over the place. I did route inspections and everything. So just understand that what happens in one city doesn't mean it's going to work in another. I just want to get that out there. I don't think there's anybody in this room other than Steve Costley, because his office is there, that has spent more time at that park than I have. For over 30 years, I served as a volunteer president for the largest youth organization in Southgate. And we sat down one day to calculate how much time I spend there, roughly 1,000 hours a year. That's a lot of hours. And I don't think there's anybody here who has been there who goes there that often. And so one of the things that our program does is it encourages people to stay away from drugs, stay away from alcohol, stay away from gangs. And it's disheartening sometimes that, you know, people mention how people do drink at the park. They do. How do we know? Because when our kids show up for the Saturday morning games, we see beer cans all over the area where they're going to play, because they have activities the night before, and then the next day our children go out there and they see the beer cans. So again, I bring those things up because I think it's important that people understand. I have spent so much time at the park. I see the issues that a lot of the people brought in. Nobody had to tell me that. Now to the list of the pros and cons. Okay, about I'm going to say I was talking to Steve, trying to do some memory as to when it was, but it was roughly 2013, 2014, where a similar issue came up. It was at the golf course. Should the city of Southgate sell beer and wine at the golf course? And a lot of people came in and supported it. Some people said no, they didn't want it. And at the time, it was unanimous. The answer was no. And there was a reason for it. If you look at the golf courses throughout the Southeast region, those that are more successful do sell beer and alcohol. But what's the difference? They stand alone. This golf course is at the park. We talk about restaurants, Sizzler, El Pescador here in Southgate, La Barca. People mention Shakey's and Chuck E. Cheese. They all serve alcohol, and they're all family restaurants. But once again, they're not on the park. They're off premises. They're not here. Yes, in 2021, there was a policy that we all voted on. We all agreed to allow alcohol at certain events at the park. But keep this in mind. They're at certain events. They're not daily. I mentioned to one of the people that I was talking to, I love birthday cake, but I won't eat it every day. It's not there every day. But alcohol, if you serve it every day, you're going to have it there. There's potential problem. Right now, if you take a drive through, not just Southgate, just about every city, it's gotten worse since COVID because for a long time, the police departments everywhere were trying to control the drivers, but they were trying to keep the distance for, the social distancing kind of in their mind. So a lot of people were not being cited. So a lot of people were speeding. A lot of people were running red lights, stop signs, and the whole bit. Well, that period has ended, but not their way of driving. Now you put alcohol into that. So I mentioned the pros and cons. A lot of the stuff that I mentioned here are the cons. The only pro I saw was that it would make money for SoFi. So again, I came in here with those ideas in my head, but with an open mind to try to hear the presentation and then make a decision here tonight. And right now, I can't see me supporting this and agreeing. So let me word it properly. So agreeing with the appellant, okay, not to allow the alcohol. That's how I see it right now. And please don't applaud. We didn't let you applaud for the others. Please don't applaud for me. You can do the hand thing if you want, but other than that, I don't see it. But again, I have not made up my mind. I want to hear what my colleagues have to say. This is how democracy actually works. You don't walk in here with a vote already in your pocket because that's not the way things are done. If anybody does that, they're in the wrong business, okay? But again, I've been here since 2003 as either a planning commissioner or a council member, and I swore on a Bible, I gave my oath that I would never walk in here with a predetermined decision. I can swear to you right now that I came in here with an open mind. I was leaning in a direction, and after listening to everything I heard tonight, I just don't see it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Hurtado. Any other council member? Councilwoman?
I want to be respectful of this process.
Okay.
Let the council members speak.
I can continue talking if you like. See?
No, that's fine.
I need that to get him over here because I can continue talking all night long. Thank you.
Councilman Rios.
I defer to the other council members on the matter.
Can you,
Defer to other council members to speak.
Councilwoman? Or Vice Mayor? Well, if you guys are not ready, I have a couple of questions to the attorney. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. You brought us petitions, and it's a lot. Out of all those petitions, how many are Southgate residents?
We had it in the slide.
Oh, it was there? Can I ask you, where did you do the survey, or how was it that they fill out the
Sure.
petition?
So it was all done via the contacts that we already have in our system, as well as the guests that came to the community event. as well as guests that were there, and then to the surrounding area. So it was all emails. It has addresses. It has names. And again, as a matter of transparency, we didn't just cherry pick them. We provided them all. There were some that weren't, but the overwhelming majority were in favor.
Okay. Okay, one of the questions that that one of the speakers had, it was what programs does SoFi provide to our schools, and also do you charge them? You don't charge them?
Sure.
Can you answer that?
That's also in the presentation, but
Oh.
for example, Tweety. Tweety, we actually provide facilities for the kids at Tweety Elementary to train or play, and we do not charge them. That's
How
just the
many
most immediate.
schools? How many schools participate?
Well, our most neighboring school, obviously, Tweety. Any other schools that we have? Huh? Come on. Sorry. Say it again. Options for youth. So
Can you speak on the mic?
Yeah, so we have Tweedy Elementary who come in. They use the facilities in the day, and we don't charge them. This is a partnership we've had since we took over. We have Options for Youth who are all across the LA, and they come and play. We do charge them. They do pay to use our facilities, but as Tweedy are our most local school, we do that as a favor to them to get the kids active and playing in the day.
Okay, it's still a question regarding how many kids actually take advantage of the opportunity to use the facility.
free of charge or
Free of
in
charge.
general?
No, free of charge. I mean, I'm talking about our schools, our kids from Southgate.
Sure.
So at any one time during the sessions they come in, that there could be around 200 to 250 kids at one time playing. And this is in the day at roughly around 11 a.m., 12 p.m. They're the only players in the facility.
Which is also why we volunteered the reduction in our overall alcohol sales, was because we had that program with Tweety. And so we weren't selling alcohol during the time that we were having the school kids in.
Okay. Council ready? Go right ahead.
So I do have just a follow-up question. I think, condition number 26, where it spoke of clearing the parking lot at a reasonable time, a half an hour after closing, clearing that parking lot. The reality is that's a very difficult thing to do, regardless of the condition right on there, even for our own staff to manage that. So how do you see SoFi being able to do something that our staff hasn't been able to do?
So again, I mean, as part of our lease, and the relationship is much more, and what we do is much more than money, Councilmember Hurtado. But again, we have a certain area that is our responsibility, and so our customers are very, very well versed in the process that we've been going through to today. Right. And so it's been a continual education process as we getting ready for the operations, having been very excited at the Planning Commission result. Right. And so the code of conduct and all the rules and regulations that we have in place for our guests, plus at closing, when the staff is not, dedicated to the interior of the space, that's the push that we would make with our employees coming out. So it would be a matter of just an exiting plan is what we call it. And, we have submitted that manual to PD, and we would be happy to talk about the exiting plan as well. But again, you're right. What we've heard a lot today is complaints about the city and the police department and the park, not many about us specifically. And a lot of stuff about lack of personal responsibility for one's own behavior and actions. We instill our customers are a lot of them are athletes or parents of athletes. or we're athletes themselves. So our customer base is very dedicated to compliance and doing the right thing. And so that would be our plan, sir. It would be at the end of the night to have additional staff just go outside and kind of push and make sure people get in their cars.
Well,
Plus, we have the security. So
Right.
again, we're that facial recognition and the license plate. So if we're seeing cars in there that are not vacating, and we review those tapes on a regular basis, so we will be calling those folks with the license plates and the facial recognition that we know who they are if they stay beyond the time that we're wanting them out.
Well, I'll first, thank you for that answer. That was the one question I had regarding the conditions that were presented. But I will tell you that I have my own personal belief on what should be allowed at a park, or what I have seen in my experiences of being a father that takes their kids to Silver Lake to play soccer, because my daughters play club soccer, or go to Thompson Downs down in Temecula, another location where they serve alcohol at a location, right? But this is my own personal belief, and this is what I feel is acceptable for me, because I'm a responsible person who feels that I understand how to control that. I understand that if I'm going to have an alcoholic drink, I'm not going to put my family in danger. I'm not going to do something that's erratic, right? That's my own personal, understanding of what is capable and what is possible, right? I also know that in the city of Southgate, and I really want the residents to be aware of it, is that we've had events at the park currently that have served alcohol. Right? We've had it. We've had the car show. They had a beer garden. We've had the family day at the park. We've had the concert at the park. That was the mariachis at the park. We've also had many other events where some of the people who spoke shared a beer with me at those events, right? I know some of the council people shared a beer with me at those events.
Sure.
I know, Al Rios was the mayor at the time in 2021 when this came up. I was also a person that with full transparency, I had probably the first permit that allowed drinking at the park, because I threw my daughter's quinceañera at the auditorium, and I had beer served for my guests at the park. And from my understanding, we've had probably over 30 events happen at the park already that alcohol was served to sell or to provide for parties. It's already happened. We've had zero contacts from that, right? We've had zero issues. What we're seeing right now is, and I understand it, because I'm also at the park quite a bit as Councilmember Gil Hurtado. I've been coaching there for well over 20 years. I coach my daughters there. I have 3 daughters that grew up at the park. I grew up at the park. I love this place. And that is why I see what the residents are saying, that when I'm coaching on Diamond 8 and I'm right near a skate park, there's marijuana flying everywhere. There's alcohol drinking at the basketball courts, which are 20 feet away from playgrounds. And I think we haven't done a good enough job of managing that problem. We haven't done what we need to do to crack down on that. And I see it. I think that there's reason for the outrage that we're hearing here today, and the concern that the residents are having. And again, my personal belief is what I believe. It's what I feel. It's my understanding of what we can do. But I'm here to serve a community who has come out and spoke today. And their concerns are the concerns of everybody. And I really want to ask, how can we do this in a manner that we can improve everything that we see at the park, right? and this is not an attack on SoFi, because I think what we have to understand, and I know some people were questioning, what has SoFi done for us? I mean, if you ask AYSO, I wish AYSO was here, because AYSO has received free time for their players to practice. We had a lot of club teams in the area to receive free time. They have provided, a service of batting cages at our park. I'm sorry, but I've never seen a batting cage at a soccer field before, but they've provided that to our community and are maintaining that for our community. So I'm not going to stand here and say that SoFi is not a good part of our community and a partner in our success here, because not too many cities have the jewel of a Gold Center or a SoFi Center like we do here in Southeast Los Angeles and here in Southgate, right? We are envied by everybody around us because of our facilities, because of what we're able to offer to our residents. So I just wanted to take the time and say that, and say, I don't think the conversation was against SoFi. I think the conversation is really against what we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis.
I understand that, and the only thing that I would ask is, or that I would say is, what more can we do from a business that has invested into this community as it has? We were agreeing to so many conditions, Vice Mayor Barone. We're adding conditions. What we certainly can't. I mean, when you start talking about tax revenue and being short on police, and where do people think that money comes from? But these businesses. But what more can we do other than what we've done in limiting the alcohol service and providing all these overt conditions that give teeth, that like I said, the beer cans, the bottles, those aren't from us. I mean, the weed smokers are not from us, right? There are people visiting your park, right? And so I just hope that we, or my client, doesn't get punished because of a lack of control of the park. I mean, I just hope that that's not the ultimate outcome here, because at the end of the day, it stays an open space. It stays a park, and you're taking a completely unregulated business, essentially, because it's a permitted use, and you're attaching all of these conditions to it. And we would implore you to give us the opportunity. Just give us the opportunity. We understand Covina. I mean, we're not stupid either. We understand the idea of bringing in another city was just to say, look, we've done it here. We've done it here. And it's not only Covina, but 16 other locations. So it was just it was our way of saying, look, we know how to do it. And things actually got better at that park, and things got better at that facility. And that's what we're hoping that these conditions will bring to this park, right? With it obviously will have much more higher visibility. And so a much more vested interest in that. Not that we don't have a vested interest, but I would ask you, what more? We can't bring you policemen. We can contribute to the coffers that will eventually lead to hopefully hiring policemen through our taxes and things like that. But I would just ask you, what more on the condition wise can we have done?
Well, even with when we discuss, I mean, that's the other point. Thanks for reminding me. Is I really want our residents to really understand that the decision here is not about money. It really isn't.
No.
The amount of money that the city would generate in tax revenue is very low when we're thinking of a business like this. It really is. Do we offer an amenity to residents who we felt wanted it, right? What we're hearing today is that the majority doesn't. And I think that's where we're having to make that decision of, we have our park, we have our open space, and we're having to make a decision on what our residents are asking from us to do, right? And we're left with the decision of, does the park space at Goals or SoFi have what, a system that will alleviate 100% of it and make the area better? I'm not 100% confident in that. I will only say that I understand the business model because I've seen it everywhere I go, right? And I've been in those locations all the time. I really hope that this process kind of just sheds some light on how us as a city operates, that we've never made decisions with predetermined decisions out there, that we've want to listen to the applicant, we want to listen to the parties that are appealing, and we want to listen to the residents and really make the decision that, you know, the people are asking us to. And I think that's what at the end of all this is what we're going to have to decide is, you know, we as council members always have to balance the public, you know, the resident needs with the business needs, and it's a combination of both and how we can both benefit from working together and making things happen. And that's where we're left to balance right now.
Yeah, so just, I want to make sure we're in the question answer phase, Councilmember Brown. So if you have additional questions, Mr. Ayaz, that's great. Otherwise, we would need to pass it on to one of the other council members here.
Okay.
Is there a question pending at this time for him?
No.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice
Thank you,
Mayor.
Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to thank the community that came out. I do apologize for my voice. I'm under the weather. However, I am here because this is a topic that is obviously near and dear to a lot of our residents in Southgate. I appreciate the community that is here tonight, those that are on YouTube. And I heard you. But I also needed to hear from the other community that is out there, some of which are in the stack up here. And I know that SoFi has had several events inviting the community in for them to see exactly what they've been doing. And I appreciate you being in our community for the past 15 years. Family members of mine have been there. Friends go there. Anyone that is within the Hispanic culture, you talk about soccer and oh my God, everybody is all into it. But I would agree with Councilmember Varron is that the issue that we actually have is the issue that's going on in the park, not so much the business portion of it. So for me, it would be your hours of operation. Like a speaker indicated, it indicated a certain time, then it was changed to a later time. So my question is, what would be the hours, as I'm looking on here, it just says 10:30, but what would be the hours of serving the alcohol?
So as approved, the hours of alcohol cease at 10:30 because we're open till 11. So kind of industry standard and a half hour before closing. So I think the hours of operation were 2 during the week to, I'd have to pull.
Mhm.
And on the weekends? I think it's extended during the weekends because the school's not in session. Yeah, just the sale of alcohol shall cease at 10:30 PM or 1/2 hour before closing, whichever is earlier.
But at what time would you begin serving alcohol?
Well, as I mentioned, during the week, we wouldn't start alcohol service till 2, which is kind of, it is what it is, but we did that because of the school. And then during the weekend, it would just be from open to 10:30 or, to 10:30.
So would you be willing to flex on some of those hours?
I mean,
I'm
I'm not the
asking the
one,
question.
I'm not the one that flexes, but if you had an idea, we're here to, we can certainly, we're certainly here, right? To try to make this work. So if it makes sense and we can do it, and my client's here to make that decision now.
I mean, for me, I think it would probably be from 4 to 9 if you close at 11.
I mean, I think the investment to do that is, it kind of makes it a little bit difficult for tonight.
Okay.
but- So we would be willing to go to 4, but we would need to keep the 10:30.
The 10 or 10:30?
10:30.
Okay.
Okay, okay, come on, you need to be, otherwise I'm gonna have to stop the meeting because we need to make sure that everything that is said, it needs to be recorded. This is like a course session. It's not a regular meeting, it's a course session.
So
And that's why we need to make sure that everything that is said, it gets recorded. Okay, thank you.
we would, sorry, conferring, we would go to 10.
4 to 10.
I mean, it's,
Yes. And I do have some experience with working with the ABC board.
So do I.
And so I do know that those conditions are very, very strict and very, you don't follow them to the T, you basically lose it. So I'm glad to see that in the patio area, you guys are also highlighting the 3 feet rail to make sure that it is a designated area. And I know that we have a lot of conditions, but I think that the conditions are put there specifically for the safety and welfare of the community.
I agree.
So,
We never fought on the conditions. I mean, in terms of the number, we did have discussions about some of the language.
mhm.
And as you can see, we are offering even more additional conditions, which we think, to some of your points and some of your points, will certainly delineate if we are the problem or something else is the problem. And so again, like the distinctive glasses and agreeing not to sell beer by the can or bottles and things like that. I just, it hurts me deeply for my client to bear the judgment for things that unfortunately, and I think admittedly are not our fault. And for all the things that the community does for the community, we're just asking for a chance. Right. And again, there's so many teeth, Vice Mayor and the rest of the council, that if we don't, you guys can come yank it from us. Even again, another pretty major concession for a restaurant operation to agree to only operate 6 hours. I mean, and that's during the week, or can we have the weekends? So I mean, that's kind of, as long as we go to 10, can we start our service at our normal time, like at a normal time on the weekend? So I would say that the agreement would be 4 on the weekdays, and I would ask at least Friday, Saturday, Sunday that we can operate.
I mean, and the fact that, we do have checks and balances here. We have a 6-month, probationary period, if you want to call it that.
Sure.
But again, at the first infraction, we can always pull it back. Our director of Parks and Rec could pull it back.
Well, any of you could by the conditions,
Exactly.
actually. The director, the city
ABC
manager,
board, the community,
planning
yes.
commissioners, yeah.
Yes. And I'm glad to hear that in the last 15 years, that SoFi has been in the community, that no incidents have been reported. Am I correct, Chief?
There's been 4 calls in the last couple of years that had to do with people outside of the parking lot, but there was nothing attributed directly to SoFi.
The SoFi.
So and the activity around the park, in and around the park, is minimal.
So here's a question for you. In the last years that we've had this ordinance on the books of selling alcohol in the park or city events or at the auditorium, how many incidents have we had?
0. In fact, what I did is I pulled information for the last 3 calendar years. So let's go 23. I was looking for DUI arrests at the park, and there were none in 23. There was 1 in 2024, none this year. In 2023, we made 3 arrests for public intoxication, none in 2024, and none in this year. So there's very minimal alcohol-related incidents, but it's not attributed to SO5. It's just in the park.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, these are facts.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Councilman Hurtado, you had another question?
Yeah, so
Yes.
I just want to clear a couple of things
Oh,
up. And
Can you hold on a second, please?
You know, I do want to let the councilman speak, but I did want to have a moment with Councilmember Rios because I needed to make sure I answered a question he asked of me. So why don't we let Councilmember Hurtado make his comment? And if I could have a point of privilege, just to have a minute, maybe two, with Councilmember Rios in the council room, I think I just need to make sure I answered his question. Okay?
But do you want to
But-
wait so he hears the testimony?
Yeah, I want him to wait until he hears a question from Mr.
Okay,
Councilmember
so
Hurtado.
I just want to clear something up. When I made the comment about the pros and the cons, if it came out that way, that's not how I meant it. Okay, so
Oh,
let me clear that
oh,
up.
yeah, no.
You've been a great partner. My comment about the money, making money, that's just in reference to what the beer sales would bring in. That's the only benefit I see.
Well, that was the only pro that you
Huh?
mentioned. That was the only pro.
That's what
you-
I'm saying.
that you
But
mentioned.
you contribute and have been contributing already, and I don't want anybody in the audience to think that you haven't. And none of the things that I'm saying has anything, I'm not holding SoFi nor goals responsible for the marijuana or any of that stuff. My decision, my opinion is based solely on what I have in front of me. I just want to make sure you're clear on that too. I did want to mention one thing, and this is something I don't think I've ever shared with anybody. I have a cousin, had a cousin, he passed away from his alcohol drinking. But the guy was phenomenal. The guy was a professional soccer player. He played for Puebla in Mexico. He made the World Cup team in 1966. But he got kicked off the team. They gave him so many opportunities to stop his drinking. And he's one of those who couldn't control it. And I think that's the reality of a lot of people who start drinking. It gets to the point where they can't control it. And that's something I think, you know, it weighs on me a little bit because he was like everybody in the family talked about, oh, Gerardo. He scored another goal for Puebla and all this. And then he turned into an embarrassment to the whole family because of his alcohol drinking. And, you know, you heard some of the people who had experiences with that. So again, introducing that, I think that what you guys are planning on doing, had it been off the park, I can see me supporting that a little bit more. But on the park is where I have an issue. I just wanted to clear those things up. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. So at this time, we'll take a 2-minute break.
Councilman Rios.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, folks, residents and staff for being with here this evening and, this most important issue. I want to take the liberty first to say that, yeah, this is a difficult situation in terms of decision, but, some folks feel that, that I'm biased already. And I want to just make for the record, every time I'm here, every time, we deal with 10, 15, sometimes 20 issues every day, every time we have a meeting. And early on, I learned from some of my colleagues that had more experience that it's important that, we all have our biases as we approach an issue, but we also, I always take inventory of the folks, the community. When I'm sitting here, I might have made up my mind on some issue, but I always leave it open to hear what my colleagues have to say and what the residents have to say. Okay. But
How about the applicant?
that's so important for me that I always, and so I just wanted to clarify that, I have been listening to the community because that's my job as a representative of the community, to listen, to pay attention to what their concerns are. And I try to listen to staff's recommendations too, but, I just wanted to put that out there so that I can be impartial, I can be fair. And today I was that. I came to here to listen to both sides. So I wanted to put that out there. A lot has been said today. I don't want to go over a lot, but I know that, we share a slogan here, and our parks director has always said, parks make life better. And I think it was one of our park commissioners that said, but how does alcohol make life better? I mean, it doesn't seem to be compatible with the city plan. And we have a plan. This is about quality of life issues. This is really about quality of life. We need to preserve the recreational intent of the park. The park's a jewel. It's a regional park. It's not just Southgate. Hundreds and thousands of people show up here on weekends, folks. Then they come from all over the place. So I think today the council has a decision to make, and a most important decision. It's about what voices do you listen to? Do you listen to the SoFi but it's not about SoFi, because SoFi, I think all of us agree that SoFi is providing the services that has been great to the community, right? I mean, people like, they come, they like playing soccer. I don't think anybody has any questions with SoFi. We have questions with the sale of alcohol. I think that's what the community came today to emphasize, and they emphasize it. And it changes the character of our park, really does. And so, we don't want to shift the focus of our parks from recreation to hospitality and dining. Really, there's plenty. We got to support the businesses that are out there. There's already, if SoFi wants to sell beer, we have plenty of spaces in our community where you can sell alcohol and have food and everything. But the park it's like a sacred place. That's the place that all of us you're very fond, even the children. I mean, the children are very fond of our park. I mean, if you ask any fifth grader at Madison or at Liberty or Independence or Bryson or San Gabriel, Stanford, any of these schools, you ask the kids, would you be in favor of alcohol in our parks? They would think, what? You know the answer, right? The community knows the answer. We have a lot of issues with alcohol. We have a lot of accidents and alcohol related in our community. We don't need to go that direction. I mean, so it's really about quality of life, like I said. I think we heard the community today. It spoke real loud and clear what they want. Who do we represent? A lot of us I'm an educator. Some of your coaches, mentors, other teachers, I see everybody who works here with youth and other families. So, I mean, you know, and again, it's not about SoFi. This is about, do we want to prioritize the business interests over public safety and wellness of our community? I mean, that's what it comes down to me. I mean, and so, you know, this is an important decision moving forward. And, yeah.
All right, thank you. Okay,
Madam Mayor, if I may,
okay.
just because we're talking about safety, I think we just heard our chief of police giving us the actual numbers. But I also want to highlight within the county of LA, they also have a lot of golf courses. And in those golf courses, they also sell beer and wine, not hard liquor, that also serve meals. I used to frequent one, Los Amigos. And it's not a bad place. So I think I'm ready to move forward. Though I understand the concern of the community, I think everything and anything in life, we have to give ourselves an opportunity. And if it doesn't work, bring it back, and nothing happened here. That's just my philosophy.
And that's all
Okay.
we're asking for, is an opportunity.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to give my comments. I know I asked questions. I'm going to give my comments. First of all, thank you to all the community members who are here. Thank you, SoFi, for the presentation, and first of all, for everything that that you guys been doing for the community, and because I know you've been very helpful in getting a lot of our kids involved in soccer, so I appreciate that. One of the things that I always have emphasized, and it's family, and it's the kids. To me, kids are number one, and I always have make sure that our kids live in an environment, a safe environment, a quality of life. And I think some of my colleagues mentioned, when it comes down to alcohol, we have to be very careful on what we, what we put out there in our parks, because we're talking about parks. I think that, and my belief is that we make sure that when they come to the park, they feel safe. And I'm not saying that they're not safe, with SoFi, but I think that we need to bring them in a place where they can come and feel, that they're at home. But when it comes down to alcohol, I do believe that, we as policymakers, we need to make it the safer, the better. That we need to do a better job controlling what's out there in the surroundings. Well, that's going to be a topic that we need to bring back to this council, because we need to make sure that in the surroundings, control them. And I'm talking to our chief of police and our city manager, that we need to make sure that soon we need to talk about that. And we need to bring it, because we need to control that. And if we need enforcement, we need to enforce. So, but again, bringing alcohol to a place where our kids play every single day. I mean, I understand that at times, we want to drink a wine, or we want to drink beer. But I think that I believe that we can control that. And I do want to thank you guys for everything that you have done. But you know what? At this time, I'm going to have to go what my community is asking me to do. Because the community has spoken. And we have to, and I have to I have to do what my community says. So, I mean, at this point, I mean, as you heard, I mean, this is where I'm at. So, if we can,
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to deny the sale of alcohol and grant the appellant the, how do you say that, the right? The victory?
it has to be correct.
Yeah. So we're going with the appeal. I'm in favor of the appeal, which is against the sale of alcohol at the park.
Yeah, so
Would
there
that
was
be
the item before the city council was two. You're taking one of the two items. The one had to do with the approval of the CUP by the planning commission. That was the subject of the appeal. So you're granting the appeal, overturning the decision
Yes.
of the planning commission with respect to the CUP. Is that
Yes.
the motion?
That's it.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, and I have a second. I just want to say something to the community. You know, when things come to our attention, not to our attention, when things come to us to make a decision, until we get an agenda item, we know what we're talking, what it's presented to us. And do not assume that we already have made up our mind. We have to listen to you. We have to listen and we have to read everything that is here. And we need to balance what's right and what's wrong. And honestly, I have to, go back home and be able to look my kids in the eye and say, I think I did something good for my kids. I got grandkids. They go to the park every time. And I just want to go home and sleep well. And I believe in kids, been working for them for so many years. And right now, I mean, I don't know, it's, this is not for our park. So roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
Councilmember, when you say pass, you want to have the clerk come back to you? Okay.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Mayor Davila?
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos?
So I do want to express to the community that we are already selling alcohol at the park. That's already been happening for the past 3 years. This organization simply came before this council for this hearing to ask for a conditional use permit to sell within their premises. So I am very conflicted in a sense that I believed that Southgate was ready to move forward. Move forward in a sense of being more responsible for one's actions. Because at the end of the day, all of us make personal decisions when we decide to drink coffee, when we decide to drink alcohol, when we decide to use drugs. It goes down to a personal choice. But it also goes back to your personal experiences and your upbringing. And I hear you, community. You are hurting from the traumas that you've all gone through. So we need to start to begin to heal
Oh, bless you.
from those traumas. Bless you. In order to be able to move forward. So with that, I will be siding with my community. Yes.
5-0.
Okay, that'll be 5-0, so it passes. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, there's an item B to this agenda item.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay.
So the option that you have is not to take any action on item B at this time.
That will be the order.
So you need to,
Make
if
a
there's no
motion.
motion made, then the item just dies on its own.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, so at this time, we're gonna go back to item number 1. It's also a public hearing. It's a City Clerk, can you read?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Item number 1 is a resolution approving the substantial amendments to fiscal years 2019, 2020, 2021. I'm sorry, 2019 through 2020, 2020 through 2021, 22 through 23, 23.
Can you help me keep it quiet back there, please? Thank you. We continue in the meeting. Thank you.
23, 24, and 24, 25 annual action plans. Following the conclusion of the public hearing, the City Council will consider adopting a resolution approving substantial amendments. Number 7 to the fiscal year 2019-2020 annual action plan. Substantial amendment number 2 to the fiscal year 2020-21 annual action plan. Substantial agreement amendment number 4 to the fiscal year 22-23 annual action plan. Substantial amendment number 1 to the fiscal year 23-24 annual action plan. Substantial amendment number 1 to fiscal year 24-25 annual action plan. Programming Community Development Block Grant. CDBG funds to the street improvement project and Southgate Park improvement, attachment A, and B, authorizing the city manager of the community development director to initiate appropriate action necessary to implement the projects and programs as noted in the fiscal year 24-25 annual action plan, and C, continue the public hearing to the regularly scheduled city council meeting of March 11th, 2025. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Clerk. This is a recommendation to continue this item to March 11. But if there's anybody that wants to speak on this item, please come forward.
Such a disappointing outcome to that last item. Okay, so on this, so so the Citizens Advisory Committee, they had this on their agenda last Wednesday. They're gonna have a meeting tomorrow, so I'm gonna speak on this, asking them to allocate $160,000 from this sum of, was it 1.7 million, that's gonna go toward the facade renovation. So at the Citizens Advisory Committee meeting last week, after the meeting, the chair says to me, because I said to the commissioners, look, give us the $160,000 for plans and designs for a splash pad at Southgate Park, have the funds go to our Department of Parks and Recreation. And after the meeting, the chair says to me, look, if you want this to cross the finish line, you got to have someone from City Hall advocating for the splash pad. Otherwise, who's going to carry the project forward? Who's going to see it through? So I need Mr. Costley to be present for tomorrow's meeting when I ask the commissioners to allocate the $160,000 for the plans and designs for the splash pad. Now, here's the thing. Mr. Costley stated to me that there's needs and then there's wants. How does this want, the splash pad, take away from anything that is on the to-do list?
Arturo, can you go and let them know if they can quiet down? Oh, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Go ahead. Go ahead.
How does this project take away from any of the other projects that are on the to-do list for the city manager or on the to-do list of the director here of Parks and Recreation? Because the way you do the splash pad is with Measure A funds. You can't use Measure A funds for street rehabilitation projects. You can't use Measure A funds to fix underground sewage pipelines. You can't use Measure A funds to fix water wells. You can't use Measure A funds for traffic signalization projects. So what is the priority with the Measure A funds, specifically the competitive grants for this year, 2025? What is the city going to do with those competitive grants? Are you like, what is on the to-do list for that? Because you could use those competitive grants to move forward and do the plans and designs. And that's the only thing I'm asking for the city to do, plans and designs in 2025, and then build it next year with those same competitive grants for the Measure A funds. And what is the plans for the intention with the Measure A funds for competitive grants for 2026? Because you're going to squander 2 years of doing nothing if you don't utilize those competitive grants for this splash pad project. If you follow my direction and how to move forward with this, we can knock this out in 2 years. You people spend 10, 15, 20 years to do a project. If it takes us 5 or 10 years to do a project, you know what to do the splash pad, you know what that tells me? He fucked up. You know what else that tells me? His approach of how he pursues and develops projects is all fucked up. So please have Mr. Costley present for tomorrow's meeting. I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Then closing the audience. Do we have any emails on this item?
We have no emails, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Sorry, we already closed, but,
want to congratulate you.
thank you, but.
I believe in you. God bless you.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna go through non-agenda items, then you can speak whatever you want. Okay? All right. Not on this one. So right now, I'll move to continue this item
Second.
to, okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Yes.
Councilmember Rios,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barron,
Yes.
Mayor Davila.
And just to be clear, it was for the March
Yes.
11th meeting.
Sorry.
I interrupted you. That's my fault.
No, this is for our March 11 meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so at this time, we'll go comments from the audience. Anybody that wants to speak on anything that it's not on the agenda, please come forward.
Okay, so I'm not happy that we're not moving forward with the Parks Master Plan. Mr. Costley made the announcement that due to budgetary reasons, it got defunded. So your Pinocchio here decided to take the funds that were going to be used for the Parks Master Plan and divert it into some other bullshit project. So let me see if I understand this. You'll spend $176,000 of general fund money to fund a bullshit parking lot project, which you did at the last city council meeting, but you won't prioritize the Parks Master Plan, which I've been pursuing since November of 2022. And Costley does 2 RFPs last year. The first one tanked, didn't get any submissions. In December, he finally got 5 submissions in for the Parks Master Plan. You know perfectly well, you can't even do any type of RFP for any type of master plan for the city unless it's already pre-budgeted. So where did the money go? Well, what bullshit project did those funds go into? And so I want to ask Mr. Costley to have the Parks Master Plan included and into his budget for fiscal year 2025, 2026, so that we can move forward with the Parks Master Plan. And, this is a perfect example of what an operational mess our city hall is, that you can't even proceed and go forward with the Parks Master Plan, even though he submitted it twice. I'm assuming it had to be pre-budgeted. How do you move forward with doing 2 RFPs if it isn't already pre-budgeted? I mean, that's just bad management right there if you're taking that approach. So have the Parks Master Plan be included as part of the Department of Parks and Recreation budget for fiscal year 2025, 2026. This really is a disgrace and embarrassment on our city hall that after 2 years of me chasing after this fucking thing, it just tanks and dies. You folks need to do better. That's all.
Okay. Next.
Good evening. My name is Mary Gonzalez, and I just want to congratulate you for what you have done. Thank you for the sake of our kids. I'm glad to work for you anytime you want. Good night.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? No? Okay. Okay. Since it's already late,
We have a few
emails? Do we
emails.
have emails? We
Yes.
do?
We
Not
have
agenda items?
non-agenda, yes.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
We have the first email from Lizette Ruiz. She states, as she won't be able to make it tonight to our meeting, she would like to inquire about the EIR process that will be done related to the 15,000 square foot warehouse limit. When is that anticipated to start? And there's another one from Marino Gonzalez and Rosie Navar. They're filed a complaint about a tree in front of their house that has caused several issues. The tree roots have damaged their water line, resulting in multiple water outages and costly bills of over $1,000. Additionally, during the rainy days, water accumulates near the sidewalk and driveways, blocking access to both Marino's and Rosie's driveways. Rosie, who uses a wheelchair, cannot use the sidewalk due to it being uneven and unsafe from the tree roots. This has become a significant safety hazard for her and others. The complaint is signed by both Marino Gonzalez and Rosie Nahar. I have the last one, and it's from Cynthia Esquivel, raising concerns about the business license department's closure and the transition to an online format with a contracted company. She questions the lack of transparency regarding the closure date and how this change will save money to generate revenue, particularly since the new company does not offer in-person services. Cynthia is
Tina.
also concerned about additional costs, such as the training of new staff and paying the company for services already being provided. She questions the $40,000 spent on the vehicle for a department that will no longer have a business license inspector, and criticizes the elimination of the union jobs in favor of contractors. She also highlights the accessibility issues for residents without home printers who need permits. She requests an outline of costs, savings, and information on what the proposal was approved, as well as if it's not reflected in the latest budget report. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I was going to take the opportunity to thank Dina, if you can relate this. You know, I know she's not here no more, but I do want to thank her for a great job that she did. And I mean, translation is hard, especially everything that goes through that is being said. She has to be exactly on what she's saying. So if you can relate my gratitude and the council's gratitude for a great job that she did tonight.
I will pass it on. I agree.
I think you should do more. You take her to lunch tomorrow or something. Don't be cheap.
Okay.
There-
Oh, my Lord.
There's a boba tea coming her way. I buy
Okay,
those
those are your
periodically.
comments. Okay. I was going to ask staff but being none, so I'm just going to go bring it back to council. Do you guys have any non-agenda items? None or comments?
Yeah,
Make it fast.
just one. Yeah, so there was an accident on Santa Ana and Garden View. And I know that location has been talked about quite a bit. I would hope that we can, I know that whenever there's an accident, we use that as an opportunity to try to address how to make it safer. Can we look into that to see if there's anything we can do? Maybe there's a new traffic study that we can do. But we need to do something. I think enough is enough. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, and I. And I
No,
know-
but he's taking notes.
No, he's taking notes. And,
That's it.
And I do want to bring to, I don't know if it's agendized or how we can start looking into enforcing what's going on at the park. I think it's time for us to, to enforce it. And the gambling, the drinking, the smoking, if we need to bring it to the city council, or you as a city manager can work together with our chief of police, please do. But I think that I think the complaints have been overwhelmed, and we need to focus on. We need to make sure that we fix the issue, the problem, because it is a huge problem. Okay.
Yeah, I go home with the munchies all the
All
time,
right.
I tell you.
Okay, so with that, we are going to consent calendar.
Agenda items 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are consent calendar items.
I'm going to be pulling item number 7, the minutes for the special meeting of January 28th, as they are not reflective, they are inaccurate.
Okay.
Other than that,
Mr. Dominguez, go ahead.
Okay, 3 and 6. Okay, so, yeah, this one really saddened me, item 3, the Emergency Operations Center. When I saw this right here, I was like, what the fuck is this? I mean, this one right here is proof that our chief of police is just another lame ass fuck. I mean, when I was reading, I was like, I can't believe how inept our chief is, that he has waited this long to address this matter. This is something that he should have knocked out in 2023 when he had that excellent year of his, and it was every month he was just knocking them out, just scoring things for his department, agenda after agenda, month after another. Sometimes it was multiple items on the agenda for the chief. How could he allow this to lapse for this long? This is, again, a perfect example of how our city is an operational mess, that you, Rodders, didn't think of prioritizing this. This project right here, and in my estimation, is 10 years late. This shit should have been done and dealt with back in 2015. And as I was reading the item report, I was thinking, well, what does this say about the former chief of police, Randy Davis? Well, he was another lame ass fuck too, because he retired and hightailed it out of here and didn't complete this before he retired. That's disgraceful. And in light of what occurred with 9/11 and that horrific day, I would think that cities and agencies would scramble and say, hey, we need to get our emergency operations center up to speed and up to par, and have it be a top tier thing in our city. Did you read the item report? It's the saddest thing you're ever going to read. It's in a basement. It's prone to flooding. It's surrounded by concrete walls. It has difficulty receiving wireless communications. So you know that their Wi-Fi has to be shit. Does this sound familiar to you? Does this ring a bell? Does this remind you of another location anywhere near here? We've seen this movie before. I mean, how can you allow this shit to happen? This is gross neglect on the part of our chief of police. And also, you want to take it from the basement of the police department and then wedge it into the museum building that we have, an office in the museum building. Look, I like our city treasurer, but certain sacrifices need to be made here. Put it in the city treasurer's office. Have the city treasurer and the city attorney share an office. They're here only once a week. The city attorney is only here one day out of the week, for crying out loud, as well as the city treasurer. They know this. Given how vital this is, put it in the city treasurer's office. The beauty of having it there, it's centrally located. It's not off yonder in some remote building. It's right across from the city manager's office. And also, it'll fulfill one of my dreams, which is to have an officer present inside City Hall. I've been pestering the chief to do this. For some reason, he doesn't want to give us a cop here. You can have an officer present when the thing is operational. So, and about funding, has anyone thought of asking?
Time's up. Thank you very much.
Mayor,
Is
may
there
I make
anyone else?
May I make a small comment? Is that all
Let
right?
me close the audience first.
Okay.
Is there anyone else? No? Okay, closing the audience. Go ahead.
I would just like to recommend in the future that our police chief works very hard. And as I am the supervisor of the police chief, if any criticism is to be sent towards him, I'd prefer it come to me. I'll be responsible for his actions. I can defend them, but I'll take the hit and you can leave him alone. I would prefer that. I think that's respectful, because he's doing a great job and you don't have near enough of the information to make criticisms of him, but go ahead and make them of me in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any non-agenda? Oh, we're ready. You know what? I know it's late. I know it's late. We're in consent.
I have one for item number 3.
Okay, go ahead.
Blanca Carla Arriaga requests the removal of item 3 from the consent calendar for separate discussion regarding the Emergency Operations Center. She believes the project should involve input from museum staff and community to fully understand its impact. Blanca, who is a museum staff member, expresses concern about being relocated to a smaller section, which would reduce the space for collections, art materials, and programming. She urges this would hinder the museum's ability to curate exhibitions and store items properly, ultimately diminishing the museum's experience. Additionally, she requests if resources like televisions and desks would be available to the museum or the community, suggesting the proposed change could further limit the museum's offerings. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to make a motion to approve 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Second.
Roll call, please.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Councilwoman Avalos pulled item number 7.
Did you want to speak on it? I think you did already, didn't you?
So on item number 7, the minutes for the special meeting are inaccurate, so the city clerk needs to make that amendment. So that's why I'm pulling it, but it's only the special meeting for January 28th. It is not the regular meeting.
I am making an amendment on the special meeting. I didn't notice that it stated that the city council unanimously adopted the resolution. However, it was not unanimous. Councilwoman Avalos at that point stated that she was going to pass, and I assumed that was no vote. So I will amend that to reflect the actual action. And then also on the regular council meeting of the 28th also, it states that the city council, it stated that council member, Vice Mayor Barone made a motion and was seconded by Councilmember Avalos. And in fact, it was Councilmember Rios who made the motion on item number 8. So I will be amending those to reflect the correct actions.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. And I do have a question, because I did notice that on the special meetings, you are not doing the roll call, but yet you are doing it on the regular one. Can you enlighten us to why the discrepancy or the difference? Or is it just easier for the ladies in the office?
No, actually, when we were reviewing this morning, this was my first day back from being off. So we reviewed it with your concerns, and we did notice that it wasn't included, and we're also going to include that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
And on item 7, it's with the amended changes to the minutes.
With the amendment
Please,
changes.
thank you.
Yes, correct.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barone?
Yes.
Mayor Davila?
Yes. All right. Motion passes. Moving on. All right. What do we
City
have
Auditor?
next? What do we have next? I lost my.
Warrant register.
Okay.
Get
Mr.
ready, because we're
Auditor.
going through every single one of these.
Okay, so item number 8 is the warrant registry for February 25th, 2025. The city council will consider approving warrant register for February 25th, 2025. Grand total is $3,056,433.85.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I just want to report one thing out that I didn't have a chance to do in council report. Just want to congratulate both the Southgate and Southeast High School for competing today in the semifinals for their boys soccer program. They both lost in the semifinals, but Southgate had a 0-0 game and lost in penalty kicks. So I just want to congratulate them on a great season. Now, regarding the warrant register, is there any comments or questions regarding the warrant register? Seeing no one here at council, I'll go ahead and bring it back to council. What are your wishes?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a first and second. Roll call?
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barone?
Yes, and I would like to make a comment real quick. There is some instances where we are seeing it's very small amounts, late payments going out. If there's something that we need to do regarding adding these a little quicker or doing things a little, so we're not paying these fees, let me know. I'll make myself available to be here at earlier to make sure we go through the audit faster.
And Mayor Davila?
Yes.
Motion to adjourn.
We are adjourning in memory of David Glaze.
Daniel Glaze?
Daniel Glaze.
Thank you.
I haven't adjourned yet.
Good night.
Okay, what time is it? Okay, we gotta wait until 12. I'm just kidding. We are adjourned.
We gotta